Dropping you guys off for misbehavior.
Party already.
Hey, what's going on? Let's go! I gotta get my scanner. No, it's your other lead space. Honestly, you could probably walk up to the top and no one would say, and no one would be there. You could probably walk up to the top, no one would be there either. Well, the banking, you gotta do the banking. Yes, it does. It's freshly mowed. Maybe we should start working all over there.
I would say the one thing that you must check out is our display area right behind the grandstands here. It is so much fun to go from turn 4 all the way down to turn 1 and see all those displays. There's a ton of free gifts out waiting for you. I'm making our way down. On behalf of the Reyes family and the entire set at Daytona International Speedway, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the World Series of Racing for the Blue-Green Vacation Duel. So last day we had some 2 fast cars, simply normal and number 6 on. We're going to see how these boys are going. All right, let's go.
That's only like half. It's only like half the banking in the turns.
Toyota Motorsports manager, Mike Fraser. Super Mike. All right, here today representing our race sponsor, please welcome Chief Executive Officer.
So I think we walk that way, right?
So she's trying to take a picture.
Oh, all right. Let's walk like
Nice to see you. Executive Vice President and Chief Sales and Marketing Officer for Blue-Green Vacations. Let's see. Go ahead. Senior Vice President of Strategy Innovations and Partnership for Blue-Green Vacations, Katarina Riley. Let's go for Katarina. She will wave the green flag to get the duel number 1 underway. Senior Vice President of Field Administration and Quality Assurance for Blue-Green Vacation. Let's hear it for Hillary Cresswood. And our Grand Marshal for duel number 1, Senior Vice President of National Marketing for Blue Green Vacations. Give a nice welcome to Jason Sabo. The honorary starter for tonight's duel number 2 will be Vice President of Strategic Partnerships for Hilton Grand Vacation, Alex Sabato. All right, Al. There's Al. And for Blue Green Vacations, she will serve as the Grand Marshal for duel number 2. Vice President of Sales and Marketing, Nancy Simpson.
Well, you were afraid of the banking. Oh, okay, I don't know.
All right, guys. I need your touch again. Please help me make some noise for NASCAR's Chief Title Officer. Please come along with us.
Like Josh Berry, legendary Kevin Hart. We got Daniel Hemrick coming back to the Cup Series full time. And we got Justin Haley making the jump over to Rick Rare. Setting the field for the Daytona 500 tonight. We have 2 duel races. In the first duel, they're fighting for the inside row. In the second duel, these guys will be wheel to wheel competing for the outside lane. Now I got one question for y'all. Are you ready to duel? Silas, I think they're ready to go, baby. They ready, baby? They're ready. Driving the number 44, JJ Yaley.
This is still that section. That's right out to that.
Driving the number 77 Chevrolet from Michigan, Carson Olsabar. Going off 19th tonight. Piloting the number 45 Nasty Beast Toyota, Tyler Reddick.
Right.
Driving the number 84 Cavana Toyota. They call him the GOAT. 2-time Daytona.
Cars are rolling on the racetrack as we get set to begin race 1 of the Blue Green Vacation Duel at Daytona. Let's remind you again of the drivers who are trying to race their way into the Daytona 500. Anthony Alfredo is locked into this race on on Sunday based on his qualifying effort last night. The two drivers trying to race their way in duel number 1, the 84 of Jimmy Johnson and the 44 of J.J. Yaley.
Jimmy Johnson is 7-time NASCAR champion, 2-time champion of the Daytona 500. And again, the simple way to look at it is if J.J. Yaley beats Jimmy Johnson, he'll be in the Daytona 500. If Jimmy Johnson beats J.J. Yaley, he'll be in the Great American Race. So that's a race within the race here tonight that we'll be watching to see who will race on Sunday afternoon.
And of course, the other drivers that are already locked into the Daytona 500, they're looking just for another checkered flag, another trophy at the World Center of Racing at Daytona International Speedway. That is what they're all aiming for this evening as they cross the start-finish line. All the cars looking very nice, 2x2, following the Toyota Camry pace car as they work their way into turn number 1.
It is a 60-lap event here tonight. There is Joey Logano. He is the pole sitter for the 66th running of the Great American Race, and he'll bring the field around to the green flag here tonight in blue-green vacation duel number 1, that yellow number 22. 2-time series champion, has won the Daytona 500 before, and boy, that car looks extremely fast based off the qualifying results here yesterday.
And alongside of him, again in row number 1, you've got Kyle Larson, the 2021 NASCAR Cup Series champion. He'll be looking to get things off to a strong start this evening. He's got his teammate Chase Elliott on the inside of row number 2. You have a bunch of other fast race cars in this field for this first race. Again, 60 laps the distance, 150 miles for these two dual races this evening here at Daytona.
We'll continue on through the starting lineup here. Austin Dillon, a Daytona 500 champion. He won the race in 2018 behind the wheel of the famed number 3 for Richard Childress Racing. We'll start in the 4th position. Row number 3, the Watermelon Man from Alva, Florida, Ross Chastain in the 1 car with a Busch Light sponsorship for 2024. Will line up alongside Todd Gilliland in the 38, who starts 6th today.
7th, of course, is the 41 car of Ryan Preece, who had that spectacular crash the last time we were here at Daytona back in August. He will start in the 7th position. Alongside of him in car 17 will be the driver from Prosper, Texas, Chris Buescher.
Row 5 from Tucson, Arizona, the 48 machine, Alex Bowman, 3-time Daytona 500 pole winner, lines up alongside former NASCAR Xfinity Series champion, the 99 car from Monterrey, Mexico, that is Daniel Suarez.
Starting at 11th, you've got the 62 of Anthony Alfredo. Again, he is locked into the Daytona 500 based on his qualifying speed last night. Alongside of him in the 12th starting position in race number 1, the 43 of Eric Jones.
Starting 13th, it is Daniel Hemrick from Kannapolis, North Carolina, making his return to full-time competition of the NASCAR Cup Series here tonight. Car number 31, the lineup alongside Martin Truex Jr., who has come oh so close to winning the Daytona 500. Car number 19 rolls from the 14th spot.
This evening, so 15 time is position number 16. Carson Hocevar and J.J. Yaley make up your field of drivers in race 1 of the duel. ladies and gentlemen. The field is in the middle of turns 3 and 4, 2 by 2, as they come down for the start of race 1 of the Blue-Green Vacation Duel at Daytona.
Got a pair of champions on the front row.
All right, the stage is set. The drivers have been waiting for this moment, some for their entire lives. Someone's racing dream may come true tonight. A chance to race into the Daytona 500. When the chips are down, will your driver be there at the end? Get on your favorite.
Turn number 1, the field 2 by 2 works their way in the 31-degree banking. Neither driver has an advantage right now. Joey Logano tucked up to the bottom of the racetrack. He's got Kyle Larson to his right shoulder as they work their way to the Daytona Superstretch. Still side by side in the ongoing battle for the race lead. Give it to Kyle Larson, a half a straightaway in front right now of Joey Logano. He's got Austin Dillon showing him to turn 3.
Side by side into turn 3, all the way through the pack. Larson noses out in front as they come up off turn number 4 to Logano, gathering up speed back on the bottom lane of the racetrack as they come across the line the first time. Let's turn it over to the Royal Racing Network.
Logano not trying to fight over that number 2 position as Larson has broken away. Kyle will stay in that outside groove for a moment, fakes the move down to the bottom of the racetrack, but stays in groove number 2 as the battle remains 2 by 2 behind.
It's Joey Logano and Austin Dillon. They are side by side for second, and they've got drop-in help lined up behind each. Larson out all by himself. Austin Dillon, half a car like that in front, but here comes Logano pounding his way to the inside.
Logano right around that inside double yellow line, being the inside lane. Austin Dillon second line in the outside groove, pulls away, and it's a 2-car breakaway out front.
Well, I wonder what it's like for Jimmy Johnson, guys. He hasn't been in the car in a while. Or is it tough? Is it different from what he's accustomed to?
Right now, he's learning an awful lot as he makes the high side of turn 1.
Battle is on for second and third. Joey Logano's got the drop kick back to the 4th spot. Charging around the outside. Here's Austin Dillon.
Everybody in tight formation up the Daytona Superstretch. Jimmy Johnson is third for the last to the outside. He is 8th in line up top. He is not breaking out into 3-wide formation. Still 2 by 2.
Back up front, the 2 Chevrolets that drop at the bottom and still Larson leading Austin Dillon. But Ty Dillon bringing the outside lane up to the front. He's battling Austin Dillon for second.
All 21 cars running right together in a pack. This is come to second. They go nose to tail. Behind them, they remain 2 wide.
Dillon going to the whip on that Ford Mustang Dark Horse. He pulls down into the little lane across the nose of Austin Dillon to take control of the number 2 spot. Dillon rides in third, right on his back.
4-car breakaway up front. Single file formation for the top 4. Joey Logano has had challenges in turn 3. Gives up some ground. Let's see if he can get those affairs in order. As here comes Daniel Suarez to the high lane.
The outside lane starting to grow and build momentum. Suarez chugging along with Jones. Suarez up to second to the right side of Ty Dillon.
This field is pretty well stayed together, pretty tight. They're not getting away from each other. Bottom lane gets faster, top lane gets quicker, things like that. I'm banking on around lap 20 when the handling starts going away just a little bit, these cars, to see some movement.
It's currently 63 degrees here in Daytona Beach, Florida. We look at the flags all across the infield. They are pointing straight down. Watch the little wind out there. The field rumbles past turn number 3 and into the field. John Welch.
Daniel Suarez, who's going to the lead. He dropped from the outside lane last time by to now the sole possessor of the top spot, controlling the orchestra here as he leads the inside lane off 4.
First car to pull on a line and go towards the tail end of the field. Suarez side by side for the lead.
Here they come Early to turn number 1. Eric Jones going to the outside of the racetrack. Daniel Suarez flirting with the apron down on the double yellow line. Now we'll slide up, looking to get a side draft off Eric Jones.
Chevy, Toyota, side by side. For the lead, the Chevy of Daniel Suarez down low. Here comes the Toyota of Eric Jones, top side. He's got some drafting help. Eric Jones out into the clean air. And here comes Suarez back to the bottom.
Suarez has help from Kyle Larson and Todd Gilliland. So Suarez and Larson separated a little bit. Now they bring 2 more cars to the bottom lane. They're 2 by 2.
If there was any worry about what Toyota would do here, Truex Jr. on the bumper.
Truex has come from fairly deep in the pack in a very short period of time. He busts free in that outside lane to the number 2 position, leaving Daniel Suarez now in a side-by-side battle for 3rd. He's got the bottom against Ricky Stenhouse.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Daniel Suarez wheel to wheel for that number 3 position, watching Toyota's rule the roost in the early going. You got Jones and Truex out by themselves, stacked up double wide behind them.
Daniel Suarez and Kyle Larson, the 3rd and 4th cars on the inside lane. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Corey LaJoie run next to them off 34.
Big movers early on. Truex up 12. Stenhouse coming to the top of the leaderboard as well, Dave. He's up 10.
He's worked very methodically, but very effectively, primarily in that outside lane, busting some moves up high. So far, it's been strictly 2 by 2.
Jimmy Johnson is 3rd in line. On the outside is the lead cars. All the cars race their way up the Daytona Super Stretch. Here they come now. Toyotas of Jones and Truex. Still Suarez and Stenhouse for 3rd.
And Truex gave Jones a nice shove, separated them from the pack by a car length or 2. They're side by side all the way through the field behind him. It's still Jones, Truex, and Suarez.
They are racing hard for position. Everybody trying to keep up.
Truex Jr. for the moment content to ride on the back bumper of Eric Jones. Behind him, all kinds of action. Daniel Suarez at the bottom. Ricky Stenhouse up high. Just a couple of rows back. Jimmy Johnson still working the top.
Jimmy Johnson very patient, very content to ride 3rd in line. On the outside, nobody is breaking out into 3 wide territory. Still 2 by 2 by 2 for 3rd on back. Suarez now will break free and grab 3rd.
Larson gave him a nice push into turn number 3. Now the top 3 do separate. They're single file around the bottom. Larson's the first car that's in a side-by-side battle inside Stenhouse.
Boy, it doesn't take long to rip off 9 laps here at Daytona. Stenhouse Jr. is 3rd, followed by Daniel Suarez and Corey LaJoie. Rest of the top 10, Kyle Larson, Jimmy Johnson, Todd Gilliland, Ty Gibbs, and Austin Dillon.
So as they hit the Daytona Super Stretch right now, out front, you have still got the machine of Eric Jones, who is continuing to lead this pack as they head into turn number 3. They work their way through the banking, working their way through 31 degrees of banking, that is, over here in turns 3 and 4, now exiting back towards the front straightaway. Everyone, for the most part, has been side by side for the majority of these. Jones in the top spot, but everybody, Joe, continuing to be content to run in either the inside or the outside lane.
Yeah, 2 by 2, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. powered up the back straightaway last time through. Was able to use the outside lane to take over the race lead here in Daytona. Eric Jones now in his tire tracks. You've got Martin Truex Jr. to the inside row of row number 3, but he's got help to the outside lane in the form of Corey LaJoie, who's trying to move forward up in the outside. That number 7 Spire Motorsports entry for Corey LaJoie leads the top group. Yeah, and one spot right behind Corey LaJoie is that blue 84. That is Jimmy Johnson. Keep your eyes on him. Remember, he is one of those open teams. He is in the transfer spot. If he can stay there, however, we still have all 3. Racing outside of his teammate Eric Jones. Johnson leads the outside lane. It's still Stenhouse and Jones now with Martin Truex Jr. pulling into the 3rd spot.
20 down, 40 to go here at Daytona, racing.
Jr. is third, but it is now 7-time champion Jimmy Johnson, that blue 84, that leads the outside lane as they work their way out of turn number 2. Corey LaJoie a lap ago got shuffled into the middle and went from the front of the pack all the way outside of the top 10. Just goes to show you how quickly you can lose positions when you're in the draft here at Daytona, driving at around 185 miles an hour.
And when that happened, it slowed the momentum and stalled that outside lane momentarily. Jimmy Johnson was up to the 3rd spot in the outside lane, but now falling back in the battle for 5th. He's got
who is the 5th car on the inside lane as they work their way through turn number 2. The top 4, though, have not changed at all. It is still Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Eric Jones, Martin Truex Jr., and Daniel Suarez. The top 4 halfway down the back straightaway.
And when they come to the inside line, starting to rally again as Jimmy Johnson poked the nose out in front of the outside, get to the end of the back straightaway, and Kyle Larson draws even. He's got a little bit of drafting help from his Hendrick Motorsports teammate in the form of the 48 of Alex Bowman directly behind. They still run 2 by 2 from 5th on back.
Jimmy Johnson and Kyle Larson continue to be wheel to wheel for that position as they work their way out of turn number 2.
Every position that they gain here is 1 row forward to the front of the starting lineup for the Daytona 500. The finish of today's race number 1, will represent the inside starters for the Daytona 500 on Sunday. That's why they're being aggressive to try to advance positions here. It's less cars to pass when it comes to the Great American Race.
You mentioned the word aggressive, Joe. Jimmy Johnson, one of those drivers that has to be aggressive tonight. As you see on NASCAR TV, where are the open teams in the race?
Outside line down into the lead here at Daytona.
And Larson has been a great
32 to go. 5 Toyotas in the field. To the inside of Martin Truex Jr. And again, this is the battle for the lead.
Chick-fil-A down low, Toyota topside, and they are fender to fender into the 31-degree banking at turns 1 and 2. Stenhouse slides up a little bit, trying to
To the back straightaway. Stenhouse leads the lane down low. Truex leading the lane topside. Drafting help behind them. Side by side for 3rd, for 5th, for 7th, all the way on back. With Truex out in front by a fender.
Stenhouse on the inside lane surges in the middle of 3 and 4. They're still in that heat as they work through the banking with Eric Jones and Kyle Larson 2nd and 9.
Peeling up off turn number 4. Everybody keeps the hammer down.
Double wide at the front of the field as they work into turn number 1. Now Martin Truex Jr. finally will get the advantage that he's been looking for. He's shoved out in the lead by about a car length over the ground. He remains in the outside lane as Kyle Larson now begins to close in on his back bumper. But as he leads going down the back straightaway, we see that inside lane start to move forward again as Stenhouse once again wants the lead.
It's a lot about teammates and manufacturer alliance, but right now you've got the inside lane is Chevrolet of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. getting pushed by Eric Jones. The outside lane it's a Toyota of Martin Truex.
As they break their way to turn number 1, Kyle Larson for a moment looked like he might drop down to try to get around Martin Truex Jr. Instead, he will follow him on the outside lane. Truex now looking in his rearview mirror, trying to work both lanes of traffic as they hit the back straightaway.
They'll stick to the outside lane this time for Kyle Larson. Larson trying to clear Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and he does that towards the end of the back straightaway. They're back in turn 3. Top 2 are single file. Now Jimmy Johnson challenges for 3rd to the outside of Ricky Stenhouse.
Really good show that time, courtesy of Kyle Larson to the race leader, Martin Truex Jr. As a result, Truex will hold the lead this time. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Truex and Larson now starting to pull away on the outside lane.
Bottom lane, it's Ricky Stenhouse Jr. You ride on board with Eric Jones on your NASCAR TV screen. To the right, the 84, Jimmy Johnson, who still maintains that qualifying position in the Daytona 500. He works the outside lane. He's got Ty Gibbs directly behind him. Behind him, it's Tyler Reddick on the outside lane.
Keep in mind, all these drivers will have to make at least one pit stop. And if we stay under the green flag, it will mean trying to coordinate coming to pit road under the green flag. And you want to pit as a group. You don't want to come down pit road all by yourself. You run the risk of losing the draft when you're running side by side. That will be happening within the next 10 laps or so.
The drivers who have been up front for this duration of the race are using more fuel. They'll have to take a little bit of a longer pit stop on pit road to get it full to make it to the finish.
Blue Green Vacations. Blue Green Vacations, the official vacation ownership of NASCAR. Resorts and enjoy exclusive access to VIP NASCAR experiences. Start your vacation journey today at BlueGreenVacations.com.
Truex Jr., the race leader. Kyle Larson is second. Jimmy Johnson goes third, and Ty Gibbs now is fourth. Tyler Reddick is under fifth. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is sixth, and Ross Chastain is seventh. Eric Jones goes eighth. Chase Elliott is ninth, and 10th is Daniel Suarez.
Tyler Joy is 11th, Alex Bowman 12th, 13, Austin Dillon 14th, Todd Gilliland. J.J. Yaley has to race his way in. Right now he's 15th. Anthony Alfredo running 21st, but remember, he will get in on speed if he's not able to race his way in.
And we heard the report earlier from King Coon about Anthony Alfredo. They know they're in the race. They've already made a pit stop, but he got busted for speeding, and he's having a little passing penalty right now. So that necessarily isn't a big problem, Rusty. They're turning this essentially into a 60-lap practice session.
That's basically what they're doing. These guys could have pitted on lap 20 and made it to the end, the field I'm talking about, but they decided to keep on going. Sometimes they're going to stop halfway through this 60-lap race and make it a lap. Come down pit road almost at the same time because the strategy is kind of went out the window because the cars are handling so good right now. They're going to burn the fuel out of the tanks. The only choice they got right now. So I'm expecting the whole field to be coming down pit road about 4 more laps.
I think you're right. We'll find out shortly. Martin Truex Jr. leads 36 laps complete.
Everybody's starting to stack up on the outside lane as they work into turn number 3. At least the top 4 or 5 cars are. You still have Martin Truex Jr. as the race leader. Kyle Larson remains in second. Jimmy Johnson in third. Everyone was going to get single file because, again, we know the pit stops are coming up shortly. However, that inside lane, even though they have less cars on the bottom lane that they did a few moments ago, is still holding tough on the inside, about 4th in line, racing, trying to inch their way forward and go for the lead. They are not in any way aiding the drivers on the top side of the racetrack who are maybe looking in their mirror and trying to figure out, when do I get down to the bottom so I can get in position to come to pit road.
And in fact, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. with a big push from Eric Jones off the end of the back straightaway propelled him alongside Martin Truex. And there are 2 on 2 drivers to come down pit road and get a good, clean entry for their pit stop.
Remember, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., that 47 car, was the winner of the Daytona 500 last year in 2023. Right now, he, working with Eric Jones in car 43, appear to have a pretty strong duo as they have been able to stay in touch with this outside lane. Matter of fact, they are going for the lead this time in turn 3.
Eric Jones giving the big push into turn number 3. They climb the banking, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr., the defending champion of the Daytona 500, puts the 47 out in front off turn number 4. Martin Truex Jr.
Race lead here at Daytona in duel number 1. Turn number 1. Truex this time will pull out by about a car length and a half on the field. He'll now look to go to the bottom of the racetrack, but he'll stay with Kyle Larson. Now Truex completely goes from top to bottom. He'll come down and pick up Ricky Stenhouse Jr. as Kyle Larson and Jimmy Johnson drive for the lead in turn 3.
Kyle Larson gets it. Jimmy Johnson now settles into second. They go single file among the top 3 in turn 3.
Everybody getting to the bottom of the racetrack. We've got pit stops coming up shortly. Could they happen right now? All 4, indeed they will.
It looks like on that car, Jason Troy Marco's in front of you.
No tires, fuel only. Jimmy Johnson about 5 seconds of fuel went in. He's going to go back out in front of this pack along with Ty Gibbs. Sunoco fuel, the only thing on this pit stop this first time around.
So that was 4 Toyotas. For the moment, no penalties. They've executed that stop perfectly. Up off of turn number 4. He's got Ricky Stenhouse Jr. speed. Especially the way it's Austin Dillon.
Austin Dillon and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. I mentioned Stenhouse with Eric Jones the last time. Here's Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Here is Austin Dillon. Going to be right side tires. 7 gallons of Sunoco fuel. The Chevy Camaro duo of Stenhouse and Austin Dillon.
18 laps to go, and we still have about 14 cars that have to come to pit road for fuel. They come off turn number 4, they stay, nose to tail. And his teammate, Daniel Suarez.
We'll be coming to turn number 1. All down the first 5 to 7 race cars. Truex Jr. has been leading the race. He's back about 8 to 1 right now.
One of the drivers stepping out and using the outside line. One of those, Joey Logano, who's got a couple of other drivers behind him. They're all racing in that outside lane, including Ryan Grayson.
7 Chevrolets led by Kyle Larson, all right around the double yellow lines.
Here they come back down to the bottom of the racetrack. This time,
right now and doing a whole lot of racing. It's just follow the leader, hold up on that power figure out when the pit strategy comes into play.
And the Fords at the back have Logano, Kreese, and company falling all the way to the back. They've lost some real estate. Truex right in the middle of both of those packs.
7 or 8 back of this pack of Chevrolets as they get one single file on the front stretch.
So here the Chevrolets are coming to pit road, and indeed they are. 44, Ross Chastain, Daniel Suarez, they're coming to pit road.
For Kyle Larson, Daniel's going to come in and just tell him go, go, go.
starter, Jason Torrey.
All right, Bree's going to hit the mark coming to the Johnston Speed. Ryan Brees, they know when that stopwatch goes, you go, and still go fuel for him and also his fourth teammate and Chris Buescher. Toyotas give chase, 14 laps to go. Mike Bagley, how will they blend in? Joe and Logano coming up to speed on the back straightaway.
Yeah, but here come the Chevrolets flying around his outside. Logano's going to jump up in front of him.
Carson, Daniel Suarez, and Chase Elliott, who will not come off at the bottom of the racetrack. From fourth on back, it's a scramble. Here comes Ty Gibbs in the inside left once again.
Straight away as they work into turn number 3. They get that sorted out.
Oh, no!
Kyle Larson has it. Meanwhile, Triple H at 3.
A couple of cars go around. One of them is Jimmy Johnson. Another one is Austin Dillon. Jimmy Johnson, one of the transfer cars that was racing the Daytona 500, swept up in a wreck in turn number 3 with 10 laps to go. The first caution flag comes out for a multi-car crash.
Racing and under caution for the first time. Starting field for the Daytona 500, Mike Bagley.
And started over here at the end of the Daytona Super Stretch. They were starting to get racy. It was building and building and building, and all of a sudden, Dylan, they broke into 2 wide, 3 wide, and 4 wide, but 4 wide did not work.
And it rarely does here at Daytona. One of the cars involved in that was Jimmy Johnson, who was racing for a spot in the Daytona 500. Motor Club group. Jimmy was able to drive away. It looked like it maybe just scuffed the paint off of the lettering on the right front tire, but Jimmy was able to keep the car going, did a small spin, and drove away from the scene. Austin Dillon was also involved. He spun to a stop, kept going, as did Ricky Stenhouse Jr. The car with the most damage, the car that stopped here in the infield grass at the exit of turn 4 is Daniel Hemrick. He is climbing out of that College Racing Chevrolet with heavy damage on the right front.
10 laps to go. Jimmy Johnson has to race his way into the Daytona 500. He had done that flawlessly right up until the crash in turn number 3. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Motor Racing Network.
That was almost catastrophic for him. He managed to avoid
Jimmy Johnson to make the 500. Call the restart. Here's Joe Cross.
6 laps remaining here in Jimmy Johnson now is alongside J.J. They get a new car, G84 to the inside, J.J. to the outside lane. Those two drivers, whoever finishes ahead of the other, will race the Daytona 500. Right now, Jimmy Johnson knows he's ahead of the inside lane.
And while that battle is going on, we've got a side-by-side battle for the lead as they come down.
Suarez, bottom of the racetrack. Kyle Larson, top side of the racetrack. Inches apart, nobody able to get the lead.
The field is locked together in double wide formation right now. They're side by side for the lead, and every row behind them. Larson now gets a fin around in front. Gibbs again will push Suarez back to the lead.
And Suarez inching out in front momentarily. Larson pulls back to his outside. They again go side by side off the corner.
Off turn number 4, they're side by side the first handful of rows.
Jimmy Johnson now is going to have to pull right out of the hand. He is now back on the rear bumper of the J.J. Yaley machine, only about a car length further back as he tries to run it.
This race will describe it as about 5 car lengths behind the lead pack. It's double wide. That J.J. Yeley, Jimmy Johnson battle. It's nose to tail. Here's Johnson. He'll look to the outside. Yeley throws the blocking three.
Jimmy needs some help. He's got Todd Gilliland right behind him as he searches high and low. This battle again for a spot in the Daytona 500.
They are side by side for the lead. Everybody watching Larson and Suarez.
This is an absolute battle versus Goliath battle. Tiny little New York racing. That may be the only race car they have on the track right now. Toyota's supporting Legacy Motor Club. Here comes Johnson to the inside.
Johnson powers to the bottom of the racetrack. He's got the inside line. Yeley's going to take it to the top side. They have reached the back of that pack. Johnson has the advantage.
Jimmy pulls alongside of Ross Chastain. He'll pull up to the rear bumper of a Toyota teammate, Martin Truex Jr. He's got the spot for now, but only by one car.
2 to go here in duel number 1 at Daytona.
There's one car at the back of the field, and if it's able to get to Jimmy Johnson, that may be the difference. That's Todd Gilliland, but he's lost the draft. Jimmy now ahead of Yeley to get by 4.
They all come up off of turn number 4.
Turn number 1 for the final time at the he's going to make the move. Up the track goes J.J. Yeley. He's across the road. He's got Johnson trapped behind him.
Jimmy Johnson trying to find his way around J.J. Yeley to make it into the 500. Up front, battle for the lead. Larson has it. Here comes Tyler Reddick to the inside.
Reddick drops from the top side to the bottom side, shoves Larson up and out of the groove into the 3rd lane. Larson's hung in the outside lane and going backwards. It's Reddick in the lead off.
Well, they are 3 wide from 3rd and back. Checkered flag is in there.
Coming to the line, Jimmy Johnson back by J.J. Yeley. The race is right here at the Daytona 500 in the last 100 yards. Let's go to Jimmy Johnson's pit.
Jason Purdue, the crew chief, sitting down here. He's talking to his driver. He just let out a big old sigh. The tension that was built up here coming through turns 3 and 4, watching this crew, they held their breath. Jason, made it rough for you tonight, but you guys raced your way into the Daytona 500 with the champ. Congratulations.
Yeah, we had a little bit of everything right there. I felt like we had a really good car. We appreciate everybody from TRD, all our teammates here, really. You know, everybody helped us a lot. Yeah, and then it got a little stressful at the end. You know, you had to spin out, you got to hit something, and then you got to...
In the 66 Daytona 500.
What a move by Tyler Reddick, pulled by Kyle Larson and win. In the end, let them hear you. Get on your feet, use your voice, put your hands in the air. The duel at Daytona.
Sitting there in 3rd spot. Then you've got Kyle Busch and Harrison Burton. That's your top 5. Everybody running the inside lane down the back straightaway here in Daytona. You got to go back to the 5th spot before you first see a side-by-side battle. Outside lane, Riley Herbst starting to challenge Harrison Burton.
Herbst trying to hang steady in that outside lane, but as they work their way out of turn number 4, who will lead lap 1 of race number 2?
Shows the way over Cindric, who rides in the 2nd spot. Down low, hugging that bottom line in 3rd is William Byron, then Kyle Busch, Harrison Burton. Behind him, the first 2 guys. Chase Briscoe.
That outside line led by Riley Herbst and Noah Grigson. A couple of the Las Vegas boys now trying to bring that line to the front of Daytona, making minimal progress on the end of the back straightaway.
Start to make a little bit more progress in turn 3. Herbst leaving the outside lane, pulls to the right side of Harrison Burton. That's the race for 5th.
We'll have to see what the plan is for Brad Keselowski. He's one of the fast performers.
Well, he crossed the line, position number 20 of 21. McDowell leading in turn number 2.
Side-by-side battle for the 5th spot. Harrison Burton down low for
Mustangs there side by side. They will race for position number 5. Front 4 now and begin to creep away just a tad. McDowell, Cindric, Byron, and Busch.
The outside lane starting to get organized, making a little bit more progress. Herbst is just a touch further alongside Harrison Burton, but still can't edge in front of him.
Off turn number 4, the front, 3, 4, 5 cars again staying. This is positions 5 and 6 with Riley Herbst in the field. On back from there goes double wide.
Harrison Burton, after a 2023 season that was not to his liking, very high hopes for this year. I talked to him earlier today. Really liked the feel of his race car.
Solid so far, not making any drastic maneuvers, just trying to feel out what they have in their race cars under race conditions. And everybody in high pursuit of William McDowell.
He's getting chased by Austin Cindric, William Byron, and Kyle Busch. That side-by-side race for 5th. Still door-to-door as they work through the banking of 4 and Chase McDowell up front.
And that's a couple of Fords going at it right there, Dylan, with Riley Herbst and Harrison. He is going after Austin Cindric.
Well, if he decides it's time to roll, he takes it to that outside lane. He'll pull side by side with Cindric. McDowell up the banking to throw the walk. Opens the door down low. Here comes Austin Cindric. He wants a piece of the lead.
Already much more aggressive than we saw during race number 1. Didn't see many blocks thrown. Michael McDowell is the first to throw one. He'll cut back to the bottom of the racetrack. Here comes Byron powering to the outside.
2 Chevrolets lined up in the outside lane. Byron leading that group. Behind him, Kyle Busch on the inside lane. It's 3 Fords led by Michael McDowell and Austin Cindric.
And they really bunch up now off turn number 4, led by Michael McDowell. Chase Briscoe, who wants to put it at the front of the field?
Briscoe hugging that bottom line. He'll move up to the inside in the 4th row back. They continue 2 by 2 from nose to tail. The battle up front. McDowell down low. Byron
And Chevy in that battle that is side by side to the Daytona Super Stretch. No driver getting an advantage. McDowell low, Byron high. Finally, McDowell will get assistance from Austin Cindric.
All kinds of Fords lined up in the bottom lane, about 6 or 7 of them deep back to Josh Berry, who runs just about inside row 6. McDowell able to sort of hand it to the lead.
Jeff, I told you earlier in the first drive. 62 degrees here in Daytona right now. It's pretty good temperatures. These cars are really hooked up. They're handling good, and they're running side by side because of these cool temperatures. And I believe we're going to see this throughout the race. I'm going to be monitoring this whole entire thing because pit strategy might be different this time than it was the first cars versus the second.
Well, there's no doubt about it. Daytona has grip here tonight. Dylan, you were talking just a moment ago about Fords and Chevrolets. There's only 2 Chevrolets in the top 10. They're running the outside of the racetrack nose to tail.
And they do have the lead right now in the form of William Byron. He drops down to play defense here on the lane.
Well, again, it doesn't take long to fire off some literally inches over Michael McDowell. New race leader here at Daytona, and it is William Byron.
So William Byron, the race leader here on lap number 7 of race number 2 of the Blue Green Vacations duel at Daytona. He had been working with Kyle Busch in the outside lane. Byron for the moment had dropped to the bottom. Now he comes up to the outside to pick up Kyle Busch once again. It allows Michael McDowell with help from Austin Cindric to pull even with the race leader this time in 3.
Yeah, but Ford's down on the bottom. They've got a car length between each of them. That going back to Austin Cindric and then Harrison Burton. The Chevrolet's the outside lane, tucked up nicely, nose to tail.
Is Riley Herbst. He, again, as I mentioned during the roll-off, with a top 10 in last year's Daytona 500. He looks pretty strong, as now both Byron and Busch drop to the bottom, block McDowell, and lead this time off 2.
They also have the 10 car, Noah Gragson, driving for Stewart House Racing this year. He's in the outside lane, pushing Riley Herbst on the top.
5 Chevrolets in the field. 2 of them right now are out front. William Byron right behind him. Kyle Busch, the first 4. That's Michael McDowell. Right now, we are 8 laps complete. Long way to go from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
As they come out of turn number 4, the outside lane, and wants to turn over to go. Riley Herbst, that black 15, gunning for the lead in turn 1.
With the top 10 finish in his debut at the Daytona 500 1 year ago, Riley Herbst is taking the Super Speedway Racing in the NASCAR Cup Series quite well. To the outside lane goes the 15 of Riley Herbst. He draws even with William Byron midway down the super stretch.
Herbst has got help in the form of Noah Gragson, who comes up and gives Herbst the boot going down the back straightaway into turn number 3. But that 2-car duo of Byron and Busch remains strong at the bottom of the racetrack. In fact, as they exit turn number 4, it's Byron with a half a car length advantage.
Closing out ahead. Here comes Riley
Came in and race number 1 was lap 45, and that was the Ford contingent.
And we are looking at lap number 40 next time. By the way, Kaz Grala right now and BJ McLeod are racing side by side. BJ had been up there battling for the lead. He has drifted all the way to the tail end of the field, Alex Hayden, and now, again, that drama will unfold as to find out who's going to race on Sunday in the Daytona 500.
And the race just to be in Sunday's Daytona 500.
Oh, that's exactly right. And for a guy like BJ McLeod, the thrill factor to make this race would be sky high. Unfortunately, Mike Bagley, he got shuffled.
He got shuffled to the wheel, and he is all the way at the back. Matter of fact, he is the very last car in this lead pack, and he's right behind John Hunter Nemechek, who is right behind Kaz Grala.
Exactly, that's the target for BJ McLeod. That car, 2 cars in front of him on the inside lane. Back to the field for number 4.
We're going to go blasting by the opening.
And we shouldn't all be surprised. He's a former winner here at Daytona International Speedway in the Cup Series. Seems like every time we come to a Super Speedway, Justin Haley inserts himself.
Justin Haley having a great night so far here at Daytona. The front 5, front 6 have all singled out into single file formation. And business starts to pick up. And it's rolling. Michael McDowell on the move. He's up to 4.
Got a big shove there from his Ford teammate. 2 of them, in fact, lined up behind the back bumper of McDowell. That's Austin Cindric and Harrison Burton pushing McDowell forward.
Off turn number 4, and yeah, here they come. Half the field will stand on the racetrack.
road. Bubba was first in. He's going to be fourth off, and there was only about 8 cars that pitted right there. Not a good stop for Bubba Wallace. Back up towards turn 4, and here come others.
And now up off turn number 4, Harrison, the race leader now, will come to the lane. He's going to have Ryan Blaney with the crowd kick
These drivers wanted to limit this congestion on pit road, and Ryan Blaney and David Reagan are 2 drivers down here. So the final 3 drivers are getting their pit service here.
Stampede up front as Blaney tries to find a way to merge in. He's not going to do it. Denny Hamlin, Chase Briscoe, Austin Cindric all go around him on the outside. Blaney's up to speed now.
And that is a snapshot of just how good the track is.
I'll tell you what, it's just amazing they all got on that close together. I didn't think it was going to happen. The group of pitted airs on the television side was really solid around the top side. I thought they were going to go right by, but they didn't. They had far in behind. And I'm going to allow that team doing a great job out there right now.
One thing that we can tell you, on lap number 30, Denny Hamlin, 3-time Daytona 500 winning Denny Hamlin, was running 18th. Right now, 15 laps later, and Denny Hamlin.
So Denny Hamlin on his own strategy right now with that race team in Mustang and Mike Bagley. Denny Hamlin's kind of that this week that he's going to do his own thing.
It says that in this new generation race car, things have not as gone as good as they have been. He's changing his mindset. It's all about him and trying to win this race. And Dylan, he right now is in a great position behind McDowell.
He is, runs in the 2nd spot right now. Single file, 136 on 4.
13 laps to go. Let's get the report. Others involved. Kyle Busch, Riley Herbst is involved. Caution flag flies. Noah Gregson involved. Ryan Blaney now to the front of that car has erupted into flames as we go under the caution flag on lap number 47.
BJ McLeod got a piece of that crash as well. Dave, do you see BJ? Is he able to continue moving?
Well, it's moving, but I'm not close enough to tell you if it's damaged yet. Way down on the apron. Oh yeah, there's damage on the right front corner. Right front tire is down on the machine, although I think he got away pretty easy. I think that's pretty much the extent of the damage.
All right, quick update on Ryan Blaney. I mentioned that Ford up in flames. Ryan out of that car under his own power. Riley Herbst out of the car under his own power. It looked like and we'll get a chance to watch NASCAR TV to make sure. It looked like William Byron made contact with somebody, Alex, coming through the trial.
As they came off turn 4, Byron went high to put a block on Ryan Blaney, who had a full head of steam. Blaney, at the last second, snapped the steering wheel to driver's left, got alongside William Byron. Byron got shuffled just a bit. When they got to the tri-oval, that's when things got a little bit light in the back end of the race cars. But effectively, it was hard drafting when Byron came up to put a block on Blaney, and Blaney pulled out of line at the last second to really mix up the air.
And you mentioned and had a great call.
There's only a handful of cars to the bottom of the racetrack as they work their way through the gearbox and climb the banking in turn 1.
Denny Hamlin with a great run to the bottom of turns 1 and 2. He puts that 11 out in front. Michael McDowell losing ground in the outside lane. Right now, Cas Brown runs a top side of the 136. He would be in the Daytona 500. Behind him, though, is BJ McLeod. And here comes Michael McDowell to that trail.
What a shove that Michael McDowell gets from the 2 of Austin Cindric. It's McDowell that now goes to the lead. Cindric is second, and as they come out of turn number 4, Brad Keselowski now third in line on the outside.
Forwards here with Michael McDowell leading the way on the outside lane.
He needs a little more help on that back bumper because he's faded back now into a battle for the number 4 position. Now he's got some motivation. Christopher Bell gives him a shove. Denny all the way up the racetrack. Nearly gets into scissor shot.
Side directing off turn. Here's Hamlin back to the bottom. He leads the inside lane. Michael McDowell on the outside. McDowell and Cindric with the advantage. Behind them, they are side by side for third.
Hamlin inside. Brad Keselowski in the outside lane. Behind him, Christopher Bell and Cas Brown up in the mix. But here comes Hamlin. Inside lane surging. He's back to the race lead.
6 laps to go this time by. Who will get in position number 6. David Ragan is currently 10th and BJ McLeod is 16th.
Front of the pack, Denny Hamlin, always so good up Daytona, trying to work his magic again. He's to the inside of McDowell. Denny's up 16
He's going to take it right back. He's got to run. He's going to answer him in front. Denny Hamlin will be denied by McDowell at the end of the back straightaway.
Another great push to McDowell from Austin Cindric in the outside lane, but the bottom moves forward again. Shorter way around the banking at 3 and 4. Hamlin edges out in front just momentarily.
Well, how about this battle at the front of the field? You got a Ford on the outside. Michael McDowell.
Free on that inside lane. He's getting plenty of drafting help from behind, but those forwards are stout upstairs. Hamlin again by a nose to the back straightaway.
Cindric backs up from McDowell by about a car length or 2, and now here it comes. Austin Cindric now on the McDowell trying to shove it forward. McDowell will shove Hamlin over to the lead.
3 Toyotas in the inside lane. Hamlin to the point, courtesy of Christopher Bell, who's side by side with McDowell. Behind them, John Hunter Nemechek inside Austin Cindric.
And they go side by side. The cars twitch just a bit. He is guaranteed to start on the front row, and he wants no part of this.
Michael McDowell has seen enough. He's going to take care of that race car and throw it all the way to the back of the pack. Now, the 2 Toyota teammates on the line.
Trying to help fix in topside. Hamlin with the advantage. Hamlin with the lead. That drive comes from Austin Cindric outside.
Penske Ford to Cindric has been a great pusher, second in line on the outside for most of this last final stint to the race. Bell, a little bit of separation between he and John Hunter Nemechek.
It was aggressive on that last lap that gave Denny Hamlin the race.
From his far undecided in favor of Benny Hamlin or anybody else. For the moment, he's going to run the outside lane. Right across the front bumper of Austin Center. Here comes Christopher Bell to the bottom and Center wins the battle for second.
Everybody was trying to second in line on the bottom. He's right behind Christopher Bell. Bell needs more drafting help because the outside line continues to inch forward. Now we get a three-wide racing. Keselowski in the middle as everybody storms to three.
That puts Cedric in the outside lane. These cars racing for fourth. They're three wide, about 4 rows deep in the back of the field. But single file, 1 through 4.
Off turn 4, that move that Dylan described 3 still in front of BJ McLeod.
That's going to be the battle for the spot in the Daytona 500 right now. They are 3 wide of it further back in the fight. Here's Bubba Larson on the outside. BJ slides up and tries to approach the battle.
Front 6, single file, all the way. Racing from 7th to 1 Keselowski's there. Justin Haley and others.
You got AJ Allmendinger, Bubba Wallace as well. The transfer spot battle hot and heavy. BJ McLeod inside of Castrol at the back of the field.
191 miles an hour, they come pouring off.
Hamlin leads them into the 31-degree banking of turn number 1. No move has it yet by Bell. Now he's going to go down outside the racetrack. Crossing over by Harrison Burton. Trying to get underneath him. Couldn't get it done. And he throws the ball to
Squall is in front of David Reagan and BJ McLeod. Here's Harrison Burton. Cedric stacking up.
Cedric jammed it in there. He shoved Harrison Burton up and out of the groove. He'll lose a couple spots. Everybody chasing Christopher Bell off 4 for the final time.
Here they come storming back to the start-finish line in the trioval. Christopher Bell has the lead. Christopher Bell wins this race. Chet Striegel, who else is going to race in the Daytona 500?
Is going to be Castrol. He comes across the line in position number 12. Just behind him, BJ McLeod. David Reagan will finish 15th. He will get in. So David Reagan and Castrol will move on and race in the Daytona 500. Kim Coon, the highs and lows happen right here at Daytona.
Absolutely, John.
26 trucks flying around turn number 2, hitting the Daytona super stretch for the first time. It is the 98 truck of Ty Majeski who's got the lead on the bottom of the racetrack.
He's a pole sitter, but it's not going to last for long because here comes Johnny Sauter, 3-time Daytona winner here in this event. Climbs to the top side of the racetrack with help from Matt Mills from behind. Pushes out to the race lead momentarily, but battling back to the bottom. Ty Majeski takes over the race lead as they go neck and neck off turn 4.
Who's going to lead lap number 1? Is it going to be Majeski in the inside lane? Johnny Sauter in the outside as they come to the line. It will be Johnny Sauter who leads lap 1.
Johnny Sauter, half a truck length up, but Majeski not about to quit. He'll battle back, taking the low road, down on the double yellow line. Now it's Majeski taking the lead back.
We're already getting racy mid-pack. 3 wide lane led by Grant and Finger just outside of the top 20. All eyes, though, at the front of the field. That seesaw battle for the lead between Ty Majeski and Johnny Sauter continues.
It seesaws once again with Majeski leading the inside lane right around the double yellow line. Sauter with a side draft outside, pulls back even.
Corey LaJoie right there, Matt Mills, they line up virtually in row 2. Right behind them, Nick Sanchez and Tanner Gray. Across the line they come, a virtual dead heat.
One more time, he is pulled even with Majeski. But here comes Corey LaJoie on the back bumper of Majeski, giving him a big-time shove off turn number 2. Ty Majeski back to the lead.
Ty Majeski out in front all by himself, courtesy of the front bumper of Corey LaJoie. Put Majeski in position number 1. That doesn't last long. Oh, Johnny Sauter just got a huge shove from Matt Mills. He'll go to the lead.
2 Nice Motorsports teammates making the outside lane work. Sauter goes out front by himself. He can control both lanes, and he does. Sauter the leader.
With the hard bump drafting going on the Daytona Super Stretch, Cole Custer back to lighten up a truck, but you got to be careful not to damage your truck in the same instance.
Yeah, you actually saw that could play into a little bit of a problem, especially if he's leading. It's not going to be as fast as it was.
With that, Moffitt got bounced out of the draft and in a free fall all the way back to 22nd. Meanwhile, off turn number 2, they begin to line up nose to tailgate down the back straightaway.
Front 5, front 6, all nose to tail, led by Johnny Sauter, with Ty Majeski, Corey LaJoie, and Tyler Rank from the top 4.
And Matt Mills is leading that outside lane, and he has dropped out of the top 10. So to Cole's point, wonder if he is having some aero problems. Meanwhile, they're single file, 1 through 10.
They are, as they come right down to the bottom of the racetrack. The double yellow line is there. It's prominent. You cannot overtake a competitor using...
Not having a whole lot of success. Dropping back through the pack. Matt Crafton losing a handful of spots. Top 15 trucks now, single file over the line.
They are side by side from 16th on back. They're trying to get their affairs sorted out there. Everybody content to ride at the bottom of the racetrack behind Johnny Sauter, while drivers, Dylan, continue to swing and sway off the end of the back straightaway mid-pack.
Everybody trying to get it sorted out. Nick Sanchez is leading the outside lane now, just outside the top 10, but it's still Johnny Sauter, Ty Majeski,
as they make their way back off of turn number 4. Now the front 10, maybe 12 trucks right down in the bottom. It all got broken up when the right there where the hood would normally seal it off.
Absolutely. They made their driver aware of the nose problem. They've laid out Bearbond. They're preparing to repair it at the end of stage 1. There's no reason to bring him down now. Lose the drive. So they're just
straightaway. Tanner Gray is around, others around. Nick Sanchez, 5, 6, 7, 8 trucks. Ty Dillon is involved. Lawless Allen will clip Thad Moffitt. Rajah Carew hard on the brakes. Oh, and he's going to get right rear damage. Matt Mills is collected. He'll have more damage. You've got Jake Garcia, Stuart Friesen, as everybody goes for a wild slide halfway down the back straightaway.
Caution on the speedway for the first time tonight on lap number 5. A lot of trucks involved in the incident. As the smoke and the dust settles, Mike Bagley, anybody able to drive away?
Everybody is driven away except for Jake Garcia. He hammers the throttle. He's pulling away. The only one is Ty Dillon. The end of the been able, that is, to coast on the apron all the way through turn number 3. The Moffitt and Dillon trucks still sit at rest over here at this end of the racetrack.
Under caution, for the first time this season, it flies on lap number 6, a multi-truck crash here at Daytona.
For the first time, you see Ben Moffitt.
He did it fired off one more time on the restart. 8 laps remain in stage 1 here tonight. The Nebraska Truck Series. Get on your feet as they get ready to turn them loose one more time. It's Ty Majeski in the number 98 to the inside. Johnny Sauter in the number 45 to the outside. The pace truck is in, and we're ready to get back up to speed in the Craftsman Truck Series.
The green flag is back out, and they are once again on it as they cross the start-finish line. Outside of him, 3-time Daytona winner, Johnny Sauter. Going now working their way through the gearboxes, some bump drafting and some pushing and shoving going on, but it is Ty Majeski with a half a truck-like lead on the back straightaway.
Johnny Sauter, though, evens the score midway down the super stretch here in Daytona. Edges out in front with drafting help from behind. He is able to jump out in front for the moment, but inside lane rallies back with a head of steam off the end of the back straightaway. Ty Majeski with help from the number 18 of Tyler Ankrum from behind pushes back to the race lead.
And here comes Johnny Sauter in the outside lane as they exit turn number 4, double wide for the race lead with 7 laps to go in stage number 1 at the start-finish line. Give it to Johnny Sauter.
Team, that Silverado I think was going to be pretty good, but just a small hiccup to the start of a good year. We're gonna rebound nice in Atlanta and be strong the rest of the year. Daytona, for whatever reason, just hasn't been kind to me the last 2 years. It'll get straightened out.
Ty Dillon making his return to full-time Truck Series racing.
Young man Lane Riggs back on the pit lane, cut down a right front tire with the damage he had at that corner of the racetrack. He will lose a lap as the field.
Two-thirds of a truck length with still goes to tail, 2 abreast. Wow, a little bit of contact between the Johnny Sauter truck and the inside line led by Tyler Ankrum.
Tyler Ankrum just gives the Ty Majeski truck a shove into the clean air. Here's Ankrum trying to go along for the ride. He can't. Ankrum and Sauter wheel to wheel.
Majeski out front by himself, so the first side-by-side. On the inside lane, and Sauter leads the outside.
Johnny Sauter trying to lead that outside line, back up and pull even with Ty Majeski, and he's going to do it. And as a matter of fact, he's going to lead him across the line.
Again with Sauter. Back and forth, the seesaw goes again.
A lot of drafting help behind these 2 drivers. One will advance at
Coming to turn 2, one truck spinning down low, sliding up his Wallace Allen. 360, 1, 2, 3. Finally comes to rest down on the apron as some of the back markers make their way past. Single truck incident, Wallace Allen at the exit of turn 2.
And that'll put us under the caution flag for the second time. And for the second time, Wallace Allen has been involved. And certainly, Dave, this one certainly, I think, has remnants from the first crash.
It absolutely does, Alex. The damage on the right rear corner of that truck cut down the right rear tire.
Ladies and gentlemen, lights on top of the Toyota Tundra pace truck are out. We will have a 1-lap shootout to end things in stage number 1 with stage points on the line as the field files their way out of turn number 4, 2 by 2, working their way to the Geico restart zone. 1-lap shootout in stage 1.
Who's going to get points to start this?
As expected, here comes Ty Majeski. Glued to that double line at the bottom of the racetrack. Johnny Sauter trying to crowd him down.
close. Johnny Sutter will pull to the bottom of the back straightaway, trying to throw the block on the inside line. Now he'll race his way back to the middle. They're 2 and 3 wide.
It's Nice Motorsports 1 and 2 as they climb the banking at turn 3. Ty Majeski 3rd, Tyler Ankrum 4th, Taylor Gray 5th. They're all single file, and then they're 3 wide from 6 back.
Boy, many of the trucks have bailed out of this run back to the green and white checkered flag. Not Johnny Sauter, though. He is up front, and he will bring his truck across the line and score the first. Picking up this Tyler Ankrum and Taylor Gray, top 5 across the line, lap 20. Green and white checkered flag and the caution flag together here at Daytona.
Number 2 as they come across the line. The green flag is in the air, and we're back underway in Daytona.
Majeski gets the jump from the outside. Already looking 3 wide, middle of the pack as they enter the 31 degrees of banking in turn number 1. However, Tyler Ankrum with a huge shove from behind. Compliments of Christian Eckes goes to the lead off turn 2.
Those are 2 teammates at the front of the field. Tyler Ankrum moving over now to drive that 18 truck. He will be helped by Christian Eckes. Here comes Ben Rhodes. He gets into the back of Eckes off the end of the back straightaway. They will propel forward into the race lead in turn 3. Tyler Ankrum still in command.
The top 10 now single file right at the bottom of the racetrack as Ty Majeski continues to slide backwards as they exit turn number 4. It's Tyler Ankrum leading the entire pack of trucks behind him as they cross the start-finish line.
Separated this field, putting the top 10 and 12.
Series champion up into the top 5, up now into the top 3. For the moment, the first 7, 8, 9 trucks all huddled up on the bottom.
First side-by-side battle is where Corey Heim races in the outside line. He leads that line out of turn number 2. He needs a lot more drafting help. He needs a lot more assistance. Nick Sanchez now will jump in line in front of him in 3.
So the numbers growing in that outside lane. Tony Breidinger, Daniel Dye back there leading that second group as the top 5 all run nose to tail.
That side-by-side battle is indeed for the number 6 spot, and then it's 2 by 2 from there all the way back to the tail end of the field. Some drivers are beginning to lag.
It hasn't stayed at potential very long. It's happened very quickly. That outside line's beginning to gather some momentum. Moving up on the outside lane, led by Nick Sanchez.
And that outside line will pierce the top 5 now as Corey Heim starts to get the help he needs, inching his way closer to the front. Corey Heim now has Nick Sanchez. Now Corey LaJoie in front of him.
LaJoie bailed off the bottom, opened that lane up for Matt Crafton as the outside lane loses a little momentum. Crafton moves ahead into the front.
Boy, they're banging on one another coming off turn number 4. Corey LaJoie on the outside. Nick Sanchez right there. Corey Heim. Ty Majeski.
Will jump up in front of LaJoie. Rhodes now the 3rd place truck. He's got to move on in the high group.
One by one, they begin to migrate to the outside line. Leaders exit 2. They race up the Daytona Super Stretch. Tyler Ankrum is up front all by himself. Here comes that outside line. Storming up the outside. It is time. Majeski in 3.
The 4-pack at the front of the field. Ankrum and Eckes on the bottom. Ben Rhodes and Corey LaJoie in the outside lane. For now, Ankrum gets propelled back to the front by himself.
He's going to stay right at the bottom of the racetrack. That outside lane is steamrolling towards the front, though. They're side by side for the 2nd spot, led by Ben Rhodes. They're going to go up to the side.
Some momentum up high. Drafting help from Corey LaJoie. LaJoie hangs off his back bumper at the exit of 2, and then gives him a big old shot coming to the straightaway.
Ben Rhodes Rhodes leads the outside line. Taylor Ankrum leads the lane down low, side by side for the lead. Each driver with ample drafting help behind them. They are still locked together at the point.
The outside lane edges ahead just briefly, but with that said, now Ankrum gets a good shot from Christian Eckes behind him. Door to door for the lead off 4.
So last lap, 188 miles an hour. Here comes the Thunder, back off 4, back to the tri-oval, and a dead heat at the line. On the inside, Tyler Ankrum.
Getting plenty of help. Back off them now as they hit the exit of turn number 1. Caution flag and the yellow lights are on at the super stretch entrance.
That is because there is a big chunk of debris right on the double yellow line here at the Daytona International Speedway. So NASCAR putting the caution flag out for the 4th time in the race just to get that debris retrieved. And Cole, it seemed like the time bomb began to tick yet again.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you saw there was Corey LaJoie, I mean, obviously has a ton of experience in the Cup Series, and he was really able to push and get that lead car really close.
It's a pretty solid combination because they have shot away to the lead and to the 2nd position. Matt Crafton will follow them through on the low side. Up top, nothing going for Ben Rhodes.
Yeah, they are slow to come up to speed there. They're trying to get themselves rallied together as the leaders, the front 4, the front 5, have broken away on the inside line, led by Tyler Ankrum.
Second in line is Christian Eckes with Matt Crafton 3rd. Then they are side by side for the 4th spot. Daniel Dye on the inside, Ben Rhodes on the outside.
Rhodes has a tailgate full of Corey LaJoie, and there's a near moment there on the transition off the banking to the flat. Back to the line. 2 laps to go here in the stage. Ankrum has the lead. Eckes behind.
Should it present itself, the first truck outside, that's Ben Rhodes. He's side by side with Daniel Dye.
As we're going to hear caution come over the radio in our ears, and the caution will be for moisture. It is raining here at Daytona. Yellow flag.
The fender out of the right front where you sustain a little damage earlier in the race, like Jared Prince's, Matt Crafton on pit road, Rajah Booth, Brian Boza, as well as others. Steve Post.
Christian Eckes is in going to be 4 tires. Sunoco Racing Fuel Sim cloud for Corey LaJoie as he gets his 4 tires. And the blood comes down on the way right now.
Taylor Gray back in. Gray with fuel only. We just heard from Jeff Pinsley on Cody Bredinger also time adjusting.
That was the overwhelming majority of the lead lap truck.
We have 57 to go. Your driver still has a shot. Let's get on our feet. This is truck racing at Daytona right now.
And the green flag back out here at the World Center of Racing. We've got a new race leader. Turn 1.
Brett Holmes will lead the field into turn number 2 right now. Johnny Sawyer, that 2nd truck on the inside lane, giving him a little bit of drafting assistance, but here comes the outside lane, being led by Tanner Gray. He's got Corey Himes shoving him down the back straightaway.
And he will take over the race lead midway down the super stretch. Tanner Gray, for the first time tonight, out in front at Daytona. He's got a truck length advantage. He'll drop down to the inside lane, but actually drifts back up to the mid groove of the racetrack. That allows Brett Holmes to find a lane to the inside lane and a bid for the race lead off turn 4.
As they come off of turn number 4, looks like Tanner Gray in that outside lane will lead this time as they cross the start-finish line.
At lap 45, Tanner Gray leads at Daytona.
Side lane now, and he will get the block thrown in front of him, but Tanner Gray can't block them both. It opens up the bottom of the racetrack. Here comes Brett Holmes. He wants the lead with drafting help from Johnny Sauter.
He's going to get that lead coming out of turn number 2, at least for just a moment. Half a truck out in front as they race their way up the Daytona Superstretch. On the bottom of the racetrack, Brett Holmes, Johnny Sauter. They'll break away in 1 and 2.
Sauter gives Holmes a big shove, and he brings one of the Nice racing trucks with him as well. That's Bailey Curry. 3-truck breakaway at the front of the field. Make it 4 as the inside lane starts.
Right on the bottom of the racetrack. Here they come back to the start-finish line at the front of the outside lane, getting rooted up at the top of the racetrack as Tanner will enter turn 4.
Outside wall sounds like, in trying to get the glasses on exactly who it is, it may be Tony Breidinger. Either way, one truck spins to a stop in the infield.
That is Keith McGee that has come to a stop in the infield. Nose of that truck all shoved in after making contact with the wall, putting us under the caution flag for the 6th time. It flies on lap number 46. Dylan, single truck incident as far as you could tell off of turn 4?
Well, I heard what sounded like wall contact because the truck crashed on the straightaway and then spun into the infield. So not sure if there was some sort of mechanical problem that got that Keith McGee truck out of shape, but no other trucks involved from the looks of it or from the sounds of it over here off turn 4.
Yeah, that's a good thing there, but boy, did he ever take a pretty good shot. It looked like a flush shot with the nose of that truck up against the safer barrier. He was well behind the pack, so not sure if it was damage from a prior crash. He was part of the initial crash, that big one on the Daytona Superstretch back on lap number 5. So tough break. He's home out in Alaska. Got stationed up in Alaska, decided, you know what? We'll get out of here first. I want to go racing somewhere somehow.
And he put us under the caution flag, lap 47, Keith McGee did. Brett Holmes, Johnny Sauter. As we look at the top 10, and again, under caution, Holmes, Sauter, Bailey Curry, Stuart Friesen and Jack Wood, top 10. Taylor Gray, 6th. Matt Crafton, 7th. Christian Eckes, 8th. 9th, Chase Purdy. And 10th at the moment, under caution, Tyler Ankrum.
So 47 laps are complete, 53 to go. You see Keith McGee being aided by the AMR safety team into one of the ambulances to be taken to the infield care center to be evaluated after that hard crash coming off the turn number 4 all by himself. That's at least the second accident that Keith McGee has been involved in tonight. Remember, he got part of that lap 5 crash of the Daytona Superstretch at the beginning of the race.
How about the race leader, the 32 truck from Mumford, Alabama? That is Brett Holmes, an independent team. His sophomore season in the Craftsman Truck Series played pitch strategy to be able to get the race lead. Johnny Sauter, winner of stage 1, rides there in the 2nd position, and the 41 truck of Bailey Curry having a great opportunity with Nice Motor.
Watch the go. Green flag goes in the air. 2 by 2.
Inside line, he pulls away to a truck length lead. The battle now is for 2nd. Bailey Curry's got the inside line of the racetrack. He's going to try and follow his teammate Johnny Sauter.
Sauter had gotten out to about a 3 truck length lead, but now the field will gobble him up on the back straightaway. They have arrived at his back bumper. Question is, can they get around it? On the outside, Brett Holmes is going to give it a shot. Side by side for the lead.
Holmes has got help from Jack Wood in that outside lane. Sauter has help from Bailey Curry in the bottom lane. Side by side, 10 rows deep.
Taylor Gray back there also working that outside lane. Dead heat, as always, when we're into the green flag at Daytona. At the line, by inches, give it to Johnny.
7 rows deep. There's a 3rd lane beginning up high, and to the surprise of absolutely no one, it's comprised of Corey LaJoy and Ben Rose.
Those two are up to the 7th row. 3 wide action halfway up the back straightaway here at Daytona International Speedway. Brett Holmes out with the lead. Here comes Johnny Sauter with a run down low. Holmes will throw the block.
Boy, that 3rd lane is moving. They're inside the top 5 already. LaJoy 3 wide with Bailey Curry, Johnny Sauter, and LaJoy in that outside lane. Here they come. Looking for 2nd.
Oh, it's going gonna get twitchy off turn 4. Everybody keeps them pointed in the right direction. 3 wide for 5, now 6 rows deep at the start-finish line. Up front.
Third lane for all Formula One. Here he comes. He wants a piece of the lead. LaJoie stampeding that extreme high line for the #1 position.
Everybody holding their breath here at Daytona, hoping this pack stays intact. Corey LaJoie wants to keep the lead. He's been forced to the middle. He can't do it. Holmes the lead down low. Sauter behind him. Here comes Ben Rose to the outside.
And the LaJoie truck is backsliding. He's stuck in the middle as they try to get back to 2 wide, a little bit deeper in the field. For now, it's 1, 2, 3, single file on the bottom.
3 wide, 5 deep. Here they come, racing back off the banking in turn 4, through the tri-oval. Top 5 nose to tailgate.
As the amount of racing room they'd like to have at this point. He is side by side in a battle for 5th, not making any ground. As a matter of fact, he's going to lose his spot to Corey LaJoie.
Now the front 5 will fall into single file, bottom of the racetrack against the double yellow line. Stacked up from 6th on back. Double wide, no 3 wide action this time through.
LaJoie has got help from Grant Enfinger as that battle for the 6th spot now goes to single file. LaJoie at the back of the single file train around the bottom, led by Brett Holmes.
55 down, 45 laps to go here tonight at Daytona. They come racing back to the line with Brett Holmes out front, followed by Johnny Sauter. Ben Rhodes, Stuart Friesen, Nick Sanchez. That is your top 10.
In the fresh from Florida 250 for the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
So they work their way down the Daytona super stretch. Pretty good racing going on at the front of the pack as Brett Holmes continues to lead. However, he has got Johnny Sauter right in his hip pocket, not allowing any breathing room behind Brett Holmes right now as they work their way off of the corner. The first side-by-side battle is for 5th as they exit turn 4.
It's Corey LaJoie who leads the outside lane. Grant Enfinger tucked right up behind in the number 9 truck with Ben Rhodes directly.
Watching one truck that is 4th in line to the inside. That is the orange and black number 17 of Taylor Gray. We have not mentioned his name really at all tonight. Inside of the top 5, he's side by side with Corey LaJoie down the backstretch.
Corey LaJoie continuing to get a push from Grant Enfinger behind in the 9 truck. He'll draw alongside. Now Johnny Sauter steps up to the outside lane. That pushes Corey LaJoie out 3 wide all the way to the top side of the racetrack, and he gets shuffled out of the draft.
Whoa, and around they go. Brett Holmes spins off turn number 4, and we got other trucks crashing. Bailey Curry goes around, hits the inside retaining wall, coming off at turn number 4 as Brett Holmes, the race leader.
For the 7th time tonight here in Daytona.
It's a 2-truck incident that happened at the front of the field right off turn number 4. The race leader was Brett Holmes. He got spun around. I don't believe he hit anything in the incident. Bailey Curry, who is running inside the top 5 at the moment, his truck now left side damage. He hit pretty good on the driver. The Truck Series. They come off turn 4. Nick Sanchez finds himself on the inside of row 1. Johnny Sauter up top of the outside lane, doubled up and ready to get back after it here at the World Center of Racing. 39 laps to go when they see the green flag here this time through. Toyota Tundra pace truck heads for cover on pit road. They roll through the Geico restart zone 2x2. Green flag is back out and Nick Sanchez fires first. He pulls away on the inside lane.
Now Johnny Sauter trying to rally the troops up high, but he's not got much momentum. As a matter of fact, Matt Crafton's going to drive under him. Move Crafton to the number 3 spot.
Here's to the back straightaway. Nick Sanchez is the head maestro for the first time of the night. He is controlling the field, that is. He's got Taylor Gray behind him. Matt Crafton as well. They're side by side up from there on back.
Now, Taylor Gray was trying to control that back bumper of Sanchez into turn number 3. They separate a little bit. It's a 1 through 3 breakaway, and they're side by side for the
Boy, you get back there, and Johnny Sauter is working that outside lane. Right behind him is Daniel Dye, then Corey LaJoy. And Dave, you got to think that and take Johnny to the front.
Yeah, that young man is going to go to here the next couple of laps. If he can hang on to Johnny Sauter, and if he can stand the help he's getting from behind from Corey LaJoy.
Just outside the top 10, here's Ben Rose. He's going to step out, go 3 wide up against the outside wall, midway down the back straightaway. That third lane has got momentum, but now it'll stall out of the entrance of 3.
Rhodes, not a ton of help. 2 or 3 trucks lined up there in that outside lane. They're getting progress made up to about the 8th or 9th spot as they work the bank.
Meanwhile, at the front of the field, they're going to go wheel to wheel yet again as they make their way down to the tri-oval. Down at the inside of the racetrack, it's still Nick Sanchez. He'll hang on to the top spot.
Taylor Gray to the inside line. Johnny Sauter in the high lane or the middle lane right now because as still trying to work that extreme high early 3 wide.
They are leaning on each other for second. They're 3 wide for 4th. A mad scramble down the back straightaway. Ben Rhodes making progress. Lane 3 in full effect. 3 wide for second.
Here they come. Ben Rhodes with help from Christian Eckes in the very high lane up near the outside safer barrier. Got to second. Then lost a little bit of his help. They're 3 wide behind him and side by side for the lead.
Boy, that outside lane is rolling, and here they come, and they will lead this time across the line. Ben Rhodes back out front, courtesy of
Freshman Truck Series champion Ben Rhodes let it ride on the outside, took it all the way to the lead. Now he's going to drop down into the low lane, or is he? No, he'll go middle of the racetrack. Underneath him comes Nick Sanchez.
He will take advantage of that move, Nick Sanchez will. He'll power to the bottom of the racetrack, but the inside line gets the advantage. Rhodes with a draft from Christian Eckes. They will break free in first and second.
Those two working really well together. 3 wide behind those top 2. Nick Sanchez and Taylor Gray on the inside lane. They'll go ahead and single out 1 through 4.
Got to be careful not to get too far out in front of the rest of the draft or you'll slow down. Here they come back to the line. The duo, I should say, the 2 trucks.
They have gone to the bottom, going to take the short way around for a moment and see if anybody else has got the wherewithal to drive around them on the outside. For the moment, at least, it'll stay single file.
And the pack not only exhales coming off front. Race leader right now is Ben Rhodes, Christian Eckes. You've also got Nick Sanchez, Taylor Gray, and that 4-truck breakaway.
And Corey LaJoy leading the next batch of race trucks, which has single filed out now all the way just about to the top 10. First side-by-side battle is Matt Crafton inside Tyler Racer.
34 laps to go. Here's a quick look at the top 10 as they come flashing by the line. It's Ben Rhodes out front. Christian Eckes is Johnny Sauter, Matt Crafton, Tanner Gray, Tyler Ankrum, top 10. Cole Custer, what are you watching?
Man, I mean, I think everybody's getting aggressive here, but they're also waiting for the perfect time to pounce. You know, the top lane fell apart a little bit there. Who's going to take the top lane and really pull that lane forward? Because if you can, that's your ticket to the front of the pack.
But you got to be careful because somebody will see that run coming, will put the block on, and you better be hoping that the truck behind you is paying close attention. Off turn 4 they come yet again. 33 laps to go this time by. The majority of the field is in a draft, nose to tailgate at the bottom of the racetrack.
Well, we all know Johnny Sauter, and there's never been a lick of quit in his game plan. He has gotten shuffled back just outside the top 5, but he's rallying that middle lane for a comeback.
Cole just asked which driver is going to jump to the outside line and drag it forward. The answer is Johnny Soder. He'll jump up in front of Tyler Ankrum. He is up to position number 3, although Nick Sanchez has something to say.
Here on the entry to turn 3, Tyler Ankrum behind him as they work into the banking of 3. Chase Purdy there as well. They're making progress up to 3rd.
Yeah, top 2, nose to tailgate. Battle for 3rd is side by side, so that outside lane beginning to propel its way to the front. And Dave, no surprise.
He knows the way to victory lane here at the World Center of Racing. Doesn't really matter which lane you leave him. He'll take it and he'll beat you with it. Oh, near contact. He and Rhodes get together. Sauter up the racetrack but hangs on to it.
And Sauter has pulled that outside lineup into a battle for the lead. Here comes Johnny Sauter right up the middle of the racetrack. Fender out in front. Ben Rhodes gets a shove from Eckes. They're still wheel to wheel.
Everybody pushing and shoving into the banking at 3. Christian Eckes trying to push the inside lane. He'll do so. Rhodes in control. Eckes and Sauter side by side.
A whole lot of wiggle room from the bottom of the racetrack because to the right there is a whole line of more trucks lined up right there. Lap number 69 goes on the board.
Racing very aggressively for 2nd, 3rd, 4th position. Ben Rhodes has got the 2 position, closes in once again on the back bumper of Johnny Sauter.
Jack Sauter up right now, coming out of the corners. Johnny Sauter had to hang on to that truck. Ben Rhodes just shoving him off the corner. They will separate bumpers. Sauter with a half truck length of advantage. It's Rhodes to 2nd, and here comes Ankrum to the outside.
He's leading that outside lane with help from Chase Purdy. Dean Thompson in there as well. Inside lane, Ben Rhodes and Christian Eckes with Sauter.
Had to bail out of the pack, and they are headed to pit road. We'll see if we can get a look at it, Alex Hayden, but somebody bailed right from the gate.
And I believe it had a tire going down, and I clicked onto their radio and heard tire. The crew on the right side right now, they will take off both tires. Right now, the crew is looking up under the right front, kind of pulling out the fender. They will actually put just right front tires on, so a tire issue for Ben Rhodes.
Yeah, he, we believe, was the one that got door slammed on the short straightaway at the exit of the tri-oval. Key now is he's got no drafting help whatsoever. Ben Rhodes at 55 miles an hour. Jeff's trying to get off the pit lane.
Because they're running 189 last lap, and they are running right together. We've got a new leader at Daytona.
Chase Purdy's been very quiet, very methodical, just slowly but surely making his way to the front. As
Over the cap to Tyler Ankrum. Last time on the back straightaway, Chase Purdy gave him a bump that went wrong. Ankrum got sideways, rooted him out of the lane, and Chase Purdy now will go to the lead at Daytona.
We've about had a wreck the last 2 laps off turn 4. See if everybody can keep it going straight this time. Chase Purdy in control, leading inside lane over Nick Sanchez. Christian Eckes controlling the outside.
Turn number 4, Eckes on the outside lane will surge ahead. Christian Eckes will grab the race lead. He's going to bail on the outside lane. Pushing him to the lead.
As well, that leaves the top 3 all in the low line as they make their way now. Off turn number 2, closing in on the soon-to-be light from the pit road.
Ben Rhodes is on the inside line right in front of the leaders, and they are catching him quickly. Rhodes is staying right down there. Is bearing down. The whole field bearing down. Rhodes goes to the top, and they split him in 3.
Oh boy, that is dangerous, but everybody going to go high and low, and Rhodes should be safe, but he'll fall to the back of this lead draft. It's, oh no, they're not safe. And he gets collected by Tony Breidinger. It looked like he maybe went on the apron to avoid him. Rhodes does a 360 and another 360 as the pack scatters off turn 4. Nobody hits him. He tries to right that Ford F-150 and get back to pit road.
Lap 73 under caution, 8-10. In front of you, Dylan. Ben Rhodes, and I thought what Mike said worked perfectly. They just split him. You have the inside lane lane flying by, the outside lane flying by. It looked like just about everybody was prepared to clear Ben Rhodes. Well, not so fast. Fill us in, Dylan.
Well, it looked like maybe Rhodes either tried to get down or somebody else.
Heads back behind the wall. 23 laps to go. Corey LaJoie on the choose to the inside. And the green flag goes in the air. LaJoie has Chase Purdy on his tailgate. Outside lane led by Nick Sanchez.
For the number one position as they make their way into turn number one. On the outside lane, Sanchez is going to get the advantage. As a matter of fact, Corey LaJoie is going to drop back to second, to third. He's side by side in a battle now for fourth.
Inside lane did not come up to speed. On the bottom because the front three are from the outside that swung down to the inside lane, led by Nick Sanchez.
They work back into turn number 3. Eckes in second, Taylor Gray third. Inside lane in that fourth on back pack has reeled in the top 3. LaJoie with help from Chase.
Make no mistake about it, I think every driver in the field would like to look in the rear view mirror and find Christian Eckes there. He has shoved Nick Sanchez.
He hasn't been the ultimate drafting partner so far. Hasn't had much time at the front of the pack, but he's been a very good second. The battle shaping up now for the lead. Climbing up on the back bumper. Here comes Taylor Gray.
Taylor Gray comes charging up the inside. Right now in position number 2. 2-truck breakaway. Side by side. The outside line. Here he comes, led by Christian Eckes.
Good momentum and a good push from Corey LaJoie has Christian Eckes side by side with Taylor Gray for second. Sanchez still the leader, in control off 4.
Sanchez is going to keep on trouble off turn 4. Eckes got a bump draft, I believe, from Corey LaJoie. Sent him to the bottom of the racetrack. He's going to collect a handful of other trucks. There's a lot of trucks now bail and go down to the bottom. Stephen Parsons gets a good shot of this. The right front corner of this truck has been knocked off as trucks begin to slide. The Speedway now for the late time.
79, Nick Sanchez on the race leader. Taylor Gray, Corey LaJoie, Chase Purdy, and Tyler Ankrum.
Away out of turn number 4. That Toyota Tundra pace truck about to hit pit road. On the front row, a pair of Chevrolet Silverados in the form of Nick Sanchez and Corey LaJoie. As the field all packed tightly together, work their way into the Geico restart zone once again.
Sanchez on the inside, Taylor Gray right behind.
As they make it to the banking of turn number 1. Inside line now begins to creep away just a bit. Nick Sanchez by a car length, by 2, by 3. Outside lane dropping back again. Corey LaJoie just can't muster the speed on the restart.
4-truck breakaway down low, side by side for 5th on back to be catching Matt Mills shortly, who just exited the pit lane, while everyone is trying to catch Nick Sanchez as the race leader.
Here comes this back half of this lead pack. They close back in on the top 3 by the time they get into the banking. Side by side battle for 4th is Brett Holmes inside is Tommy Jeske.
Brett Holmes went for a spin earlier in tonight's race to bring us under a caution. Inside the top 5. Pole sitter time at Jeske also.
Jeske so strong in the early going, he spent the bulk of the night trying to battle his way back. He's on the cusp of the top 3, but he gets shuffled 3 wide to the outside. He's got nobody with him. Bye-bye, Tyler Jeske.
Corey LaJoie is the one that put him into 3-wide territory, while at the same time, Brett Holmes jumping up in line in front of LaJoie. They lead the outside line, and they are up to position number 4.
LaJoie shoving Brett Holmes up to the right side of Rajah Caruth, and now they go 3 wide. Holmes has to bail out of that. He really didn't have an option besides getting turned there. He's going backwards, and they run side by side below it. Oh, now they are wrecking off of turn number 4. Tony Breidinger involved. Another truck spins to the apron. That's Dean Thompson. Looks like he may keep it out of the wall. He gets it stopped. A 2-truck collision here off the exit of 4.
Steve Franklin to get by. Jason White comes by. He's able to get through it. But we're back into the caution.
There will be 9 laps to go in the Fresh from Florida 250.
Toyota Tundra pace truck hits pit road. A pair of Chevrolet Silverados on the front row into the Geico restart zone. 9 laps to go here in Daytona.
Watch out through the outside lane is going to get jacked up by Corey LaJoie.
For all he's worth, Rajah Caruth just trying to ride the wave. They pulled away by 3 truck lengths midway between 1 and 2. Caruth and LaJoie, then 3 truck lengths back to Nick Sanchez.
The front 2 are broken away and everybody's stacked up from third on back, but now the pack will catch them. And here's the breaking of ranks. Nick Sanchez first to the outside, and everybody goes to the outside. Sanchez around Caruth for the lead.
All that momentum that LaJoie and Caruth had broken up by the time they get into turn 3. Now they're just trying to hang on to a top 5 spot. It's Nick Sanchez to the point with Taylor Gray and Jack Wood.
You better have somebody to work with you right now if you're going to go to victory lane in just 8 laps. Sanchez does, because he's got Taylor Gray.
Grafton Hill beat in turn number 1. Front 4 lined up on the bottom. Jack Wood rides in the 3rd spot. Rajah Caruth 4th. Corey LaJoie comeback trail to 5th.
Tyler Anchor leads the outside line. They're up to position number 6. They're looking for position number 5 now as Corey LaJoie will dart to the outside. Rajah Caruth will beat him to the punch. Here comes Caruth and company to the outside.
Those 2 Spire Motorsports Chevrolets so strong here after this restart. Caruth has got help from LaJoie. They're up to the 2nd spot outside Taylor Gray. Sanchez goes up to the top.
That's a bold block by Nick Sanchez as he drifts to the outside lane. Leaves the bottom wide open. Taylor Gray wants the lead at Daytona. Can't get it. Half a truck length advantage.
The inside lane opened up like the party of the sea, and Taylor Gray drafting help from Jack Wood. Here comes Matt Crafton storming up on the inside to make his spot 3rd on the low lane.
2 by 2 by 2. They're about 10 rows deep of double wide racing. Taylor Gray to the bottom. Nick Sanchez outside, and they're crashing mid-pack. Timmy Hill is around. Chase Purdy, Tyler Anchor, Christian Eckes. Ford truck spinning and sliding out of control on the back straightaway.
Caution flag is out. Lap 93, soon to be 94. Chase Purdy with some fire out from underneath the right front, and now the front of that car, Mike Bagley, erupting in flames.
Yeah, it is putting out some flames. It started when he started bouncing across the infield grass. Those flames, the safety crews immediately on the scene. Everybody else is going to for the safety crews as they arrive to Chase Purdy's truck, tending to him, and now Chase is climbing from that truck at the bottom of turn 3.
Caution on the speedway for the 11th time in the fresh another crash over on the Daytona Super Stretch. Mike, it's the straightest, most flat piece of real estate at Daytona, but it seems to cause more problems.
It does, and we see it not only in truck racing, we see it in the Xfinity Series, It seems like that once they clear the corners, that's when they turn up the wick. We've seen it turned up all night long. The bump drafting just pounding away at those tailgates. Only 4 trucks. It could have been a whole lot worse than what it was.
Time to go. Next.
Ladies and gentlemen, who is going to win the Fresh from Florida 250 tonight? Will be Nick Sanchez, who is to the inside of row 1. What about Rajah Caruth in that 71 truck? How about someone from row 2? You've got Taylor Gray and others all trying to win overtime attempt number 1. We're back underway.
In the air. Nick Sanchez getting shoved by all he's running by
Corey LaJoie shoving hard in an outside lane. This time they don't get a huge jump, but it's Caruth by half a truck length.
comes Rajah Caruth, courtesy of Corey LaJoy's drafting assistance from the high side of turn number 2. Both those drivers will ease down on the low lane. Rajah Caruth leads at Daytona.
Corey LaJoy second. They try to defend the outside lane charge. Nick Sanchez and Taylor Gray are there. It's a 4-pack at the front of the field. Jack Wood, fifth in line, joins the outside lane.
Rumbling off turn number 4, white flag goes in the air. If they cross the line, the race is official. Here they come, Nick Sanchez across the line. He will lead
Stampedes the long way around to take over the lead. He'll slide back down into the low lane in front of Gray now. Here comes Sanchez. Third on the outside lane. Jack Wood gets through. And the outside wall. And on goes Gray. He's upside down. He's upside down. Midway on the Daytona Superstretch.
And Gray is up and over. He'll come down on all 4 wheels. The pack has basically blown apart. Only a handful of trucks make it through on the back straightaway.
The caution is out in front of the field is Nick Sanchez from Miami, Florida. Checkered flag and caution flag at the start-finish line. All Nick Sanchez has to do is get back to the line. Here he comes at a reduced rate of speed. Rajah Caruth behind him, checkered flag in the air, and Nick Sanchez wins the Fresh from Florida 250 racing.
Let's go around and check on the drivers. Crash brings this one to a close here tonight. We had one upside down. We had a number of them scattering, some into the inside retaining wall, some into the outside.
We have a lot of coverage on the back straightaway. The one that went up and over is Taylor Gray. And right now, the safety crews are tending to him. Takes around Corey LaJoy, driver's side into the safer barrier. On the outside, Daniel Dye took a heck of a shot across the infield and into the inside safer barrier. Right now, safety crews are tending to Daniel. Got a handful of trucks left. Everybody else has left the accident scene after a very chaotic and hellacious last lap at Daytona.
But the win belongs to Nick Sanchez, to Steve Post.
Kevin Bono Mannion, you're going back to victory lane here at Daytona. How about this? Winning again here at this special place, Kevin.
I didn't hear what you said, Steve, but this is a special place. I still wear 3 for Dale. I thank God for this one. A lot of praying, a lot of fuel mileage. Nick did a great job. A very well prepared fire truck with rev, so all good.
All good, that's for sure. Kevin Bono Mannion, veteran leadership. He and his young driver Nick Sanchez are going to victory lane here at Daytona.
So Nick Sanchez is your winner tonight here at the Daytona International Speedway. A scary crash on the back straightaway. Taylor Gray goes upside down for a moment. The truck went up into the air, then came back down on all 4 wheels. A lot of heavy hits. And there is still a massive amount of cleanup, and the safety crew is on the scene attending to the drivers that were involved in this big scary crash on the back straightaway on the last lap. The race is official though. Nick Sanchez has won. So here's another look. You see Taylor Gray do a 360 in the air and then come back down on all 4 wheels. Daniel Dye involved in this crash among others. Nick Sanchez, meanwhile, though, he is celebrating here on the front straightaway.
We got one race left right here under the lights. Make some noise! And the feeling that these drivers are going to leave it all on the track, and here they come. I need everybody on their feet. Let's cheer them on.
Green flag is out here at Daytona, and we are underway for the is going to lead the field into the first corner. He's got the 27 of Tim Richmond to his right elbow as they're still building speed in turn number 2. That's the 20 of Jake Finch, who will tuck in line behind Willie Mullins as the field hits the back straightaway. Here they come, still climbing and building speed.
as they work their way down the Daytona Superstretch. Willie Mullins now a 1 car length lead over the battle for second between Jake Finch and that white number 20, and then the black and white 27 of Tim Richmond. Everybody else behind them still 2 by 2 as they work their way out of turn number 4, 3 wide further back in the pack, but it's Willie Mullins who will lead lap 1.
One is in the books. Willie Mullins.
In that inside line, drafting help down low. He will take command of the number 2 spot. For the moment, he'll stay in line behind Mullins.
That's exactly what happens coming out of 2. Right behind Willie Mullins will make the move and fall in that single file formation. He that we're talking about, Jake Finch, is now the front 3 have broken away off the end of the backstretch.
They're side by side for 4th. Behind them, that 3rd car in line is Ryan Huff as the top 3 have broken away. It's still Willie Mullins out front.
Further back, defending champion of the race, Greg Van Alst, went all the way to the top side, got out of the draft, but it looks like some folks are letting him back in. Some gentlemanly racing.
Underway. That's Ryan Huff down to the inside. He'll take the spot away from Richmond.
Ryan Huff that is, will take that position out of turn number 2. It's a 3-car breakaway up front, and they are stacked up for position 4 on back. Tim Richmond has that 4th spot. Now they're side by side for 5th.
It's Justin Bonsignor on the inside, and to his outside is Tony Breidinger. Behind him, they're 3 wide. Greg Van Alst trying to find some racing room as they settle into all 4.
Yeah, he's got it rolling. Greg Van Alst does. He's got Gus Dean lined up right behind him. They are right up against the outside safer barrier, and they're coming to the front.
Up into the outside wall. 10, maybe 12 cars involved as they spin and crash down onto the apron. Tony Breidinger, the closest to the front of the pack, to be swept up in that mess. A number of other cars have been gathered up. This is a full-scale melee in turn number 2. The Amber Balkan machine comes limping past. She's got damage on that automobile. It's Tanner Gray's got some damage. There are a lot of torn-up race cars just kind of limping their way now back to the apron.
And Tony Breidinger was the first to get turned sideways. Not sure if she had help or not. From our vantage point, we just saw her car break loose and a lot of smoke go in the air and creating the big crash. Dave, when there's smoke in the air and there's 31 degrees of banking, you're running 185 miles an hour. It's just, you just hang on.
Some serious damage all the way down the left side. The rear panel is missing. Damage on the right as well. I don't think Shane Van Gisbergen is going to run any more laps today.
It's going to take us some time to figure out who Tanner Gray, Jeff Schofield, Chris Wright involved, Tony Breidinger.
Greg Van Alst, the top 5.
Willie Mullins has got to be feeling a little bit like Superman here tonight. He has led them all so far. Granted, most of them have been under the caution flag. Green flag does go back out. We are working lap number 9.
Number 1, Mullins has got the advantage, but only by a nose. First 4, 5, 6, 7 rows of cars, still 2 by 2. Willie Mullins, Jake Finch off to the back straightaway.
Wheel to wheel now. They will race. Willie Mullins swinging a little wide there. Finch wider to prevent making contact as they continue their side-by-side battle for the lead. Finch now will break free, but here comes Willie Mullins back to the bottom.
Up to full song at the end of the backstretch and back into the banking of 3. Willie Mullins strong on the inside, not really with a lot of help. Drives back to the point by himself, but Finch surges back.
They come to the line to complete lap number 10. We go to the Advent Health Care Center in Kim Coon.
Yeah, and Shane Van Gisbergen has been released from the care center. Shane, what happened?
up on the fence through the middle, and then just moved around a bit. Yeah, I felt really comfortable, but just wish it could have lasted longer.
That's SVG. I did talk to the team. It sounds like they might try and repair the car and get Shane back out on the racetrack if possible.
Yeah, they want to just log laps and get him some experience behind the wheel. That's what he's here for. It didn't last long by his own admission, so we'll see what happens. Caution flag has come out. I would imagine it's debris, and it is. We've got a number of cars that have been torn up, so to see some sheet metal come off of that car or a piece of debris come off, and not surprising. Caution comes out. Because again, they raced back to the line. Tim Richmond, Willie Mullins, Gustine, Ryan up. There was a piece of sheet metal literally laying in the middle of the back straightaway that just got obliterated by one of the front-running cars. Actually, it was a front stretch, and
it was Willie Mullins' day.
That should not stop him from getting back on the green flag. The young Jake Finch in the 20 machine will restart on the inside lane. Willie Mullins, the pole sitter, to the top side of the racetrack as they roll through the Geico restart zone. So the green flag is out, and we're back underway in Daytona.
Here in that 16, Jake Finch quickly away. Tim Richmond.
Down low. He will try and catch a little bit of draft off the leader to the inside, and it will work, at least for the moment. Willie Mullins back to the third spot. He's going to have to fight for that, because down to the inside, here comes Gustine.
Got some drivers angling to the bottom of the back straightaway, and that leaves Willie Mullins hung out to dry. He's going to drop outside of the top 5 as Jake Finch and Tim Richmond 1 and 2 and bring him back to the corner.
They work back into turn number 3. Gustine rides third, Greg Van Alst fourth. Those 4 cars single file around the bottom, double yellow line, then they're side by side for fifth back.
They are, as they're going to try to mix it up from there on back, as the front 4 are happily going to go nose to tail. Now make it the front 5 and lead them to race side by side. Justin Bronson.
Dropped all the way back to the 7th spot. He may lose that as well. Finally slams it down in line in 8th place.
Now the front 10 have cleared into single file formation after Willie Mullins now will make his move to the bottom of the racetrack. Watching Justin Bonsignore right now running into 6th position very comfortably on the inside of the racetrack.
And a little further back, Leland Honeyman, who is in one of the Tyler Young cars, was just inside the top 10 a lap or so ago. He got hung out to dry and is falling outside the top 20 now.
Well, Willie Mullins is about the only driver on the outside of the racetrack among the top 20 or 25 drivers. There is one other one. So you've got 2 drivers on the racetrack.
Outnumbered, and it's not working for sure. The only driver we saw very early on in the race is ready now, slides it back down into single file. Oh, trouble! Off turn number 2. A couple of cars spinning and crashing as they make their way down toward the exit of the back straightaway. And that's going to be the Hunter Desitel machine. He was the driver change early on. He has slapped the outside wall and spun down onto the apron along with the Mandy Chick machine.
Yeah, caution on the speedway again. This is the 3rd caution flag to fly here on lap number 18 for the 2.
Pace car driver Steve Bingham to hit pit road, and here they come down to the Geico restart zone to go back under the green flag. 58 laps to go in the Hard Rock Bet 200.
The tail end of the front straightaway. That'll shove him out into the lead. Dean's going to go along with him and quite happily take over that number 2 spot. Here comes Ryan Huff now. He'll go down to the inside and Tim Richmond for third.
And then as the first side-by-side battle inside of the top 5, they will continue that battle up the back straightaway while Jake Finch continues to lead the way. Gustine right in his wake, and they are stacked up double line 5. Row Steve
in that first side-by-side battle. Ryan Huff inside Tim Richmond. A few other cars in there as well. Greg Van Alst leading the outside lane. Sean Corr second to line on the bottom.
Right to the bottom of the racetrack, though, is the race leader, and that is Jake Finch, and he's got some fast cars right behind him. A nice job so far by Gus
Baseball player in Division I of NCAA and voted to the Hall of Fame of his college, University of Maryland Eastern Shore. Now a race car driver gets turned around just past the start-finish line.
He was running at position number 10. What does that mean? Well, that means it could have been a whole lot bigger than what it was. So we are back under the caution flag yet again. Caution flag number 4. Jake Finch is the race leader. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Motor Racing Network. Welcome back to the season kickoff for the Arc Menard Series tonight, live right here.
Field rolling up off turn number 4. They'll get the green flag this time by here in the Hard Rock Bet 200. It'll be 52 laps to go when they get the green. The front row looks a little bit different. Ryan Huff in the 36 will restart in the white machine to the bottom. Sean Corr from New York, Empire, New York, in the 8 to the outside lane as they roll through the Geico restart zone up through the gears, and the green flag is back out.
On the inside lane, looks to the right, sees Sean Corr.
Yeah, a ton of daylight, a full car length between them and second row of Annunziata and Emmerling. They begin to tighten it up a little bit in turn number 2.
Close back up as the leaders race to the back straightaway, watching Sean Corr leading the outside line. Downstairs, that's where it stacks up as well, right behind Huff. Annunziata right now, second in line on the inside of the racetrack.
They're packed in here 2 by 2, taking back to the 6th row, and then who else but Greg Van Alst is on the outside of 3 wide, trying to find an opening side by side on 4.
Well, he's got Andres Perez lined up right behind him, talking about Greg Van Alst. He made it work earlier. He's got a lot of work to do right now. 3 wide.
Leaders begin to make their way through turns 1 and 2, side by side for the lead. Sean Corr trying to get it done up high.
Nobody giving an inch there on that front row as they race their way to the back straightaway. They still continue in side-by-side, double-wide formation. 3 wide line breaking out, going 4 wide formation.
That's the Jake Finch car that's going 3 wide now with help from Gus Dean, and they're making good progress up to the 4th spot, looking for 3rd off 4.
It's Sean Corr at the front of the field. He'll look to the right, though, and he's got a hard challenge come up from the outside lane. Corr, the Long Island native, will not lead this lap because Jake
Gus Dean. Gus has been a good man to have on your back bumper so far tonight, and he pushes now the position. He will follow in the tire track to Jake Finch.
Watching that 3rd wide, or that 3 wide line, that lane on the outside lane, propelling Jake Finch and coming back to the front of the field as everybody now, including Greg Van Alst, is
Runs in the 4th spot. LeVar Scott is 5th, and then they're side by side behind them. Ryan Huff is leading the inside lane.
Well, it just goes to show you how good of a car, how strong of a car Jake Finch has, and how good of a pusher Gus Dean is.
To the number 1 spot. Gus Dean is 2nd, and he tucks comfortably into the number 3 spot. Top 6 now are all on the bottom of the racetrack. Sean
race their way up the Daytona super stretch. Watching the leaders now, Jake Finch continues to huddle up down to the bottom of the racetrack. Got a car smoking. Justin Bonsignore with trailing smoke in 3.
No cars out of line. Everybody 3, still single file until you get to 4th. A couple cars pull out of line. LeVar Scott outside is Sean.
Justin Bonsignor, the car that's putting out some smoke, maybe a tire rub. The car remains at speed. He had some damage down the right side of his race car after
for now, but there will come a point where he's going to have to bail out on that tire, tearing up the race car. Here comes the pack off turn number 2.
Sean Corr goes for the bottom. Super stretch. Sean Corr will now lead the outside line right in front of the Right now, they race their way off the end of the back straightaway in hot pursuit of Jake Finch.
The outside line starting to roll. That's the second group, not all the way up against the Sean Corr leading that charge side by side.
This will be the 5th green flag lap of this run, and it happens to be the longest green flag run since we put him under the green flag 33 laps ago. 5 there in a row.
Way of that outside lane. He's side by side now with Greg Van Alst for the number 3 spot. He'll backslide away.
Yeah, Sean Corr backing up there was in a side-by-side momentum coming out of turn number 2, but he's able to hang on to 3rd. Van Alst will change lanes and jump up in front of him in 3.
They're all still chasing the motorsports duo, Jake Finch and Gus Dean. Greg Van Alst moves off the bottom, picks up Sean Corr.
Greg Van Alst has been able to maneuver inside lane, outside lane. He can go anywhere he wants and maintain speed. He's outside lane and he wants the 2nd spot now.
Now into turn number 1. Now he's going to close up on Jake Finch. They are side by side. Finch on the inside, Van Alst up high.
The field had separated in the most recent last couple of laps. They are back to wheel to wheel, each other bouncing off each other. Van Alst powers his way back to the point.
And he's in control by himself up in the front of the field. Jake Finch leads the inside lane. He's to the left elbow on Sean Corr, who leads the outside lane.
LeVar Scott right there. Sean Corr, that's the outside lane. A strong car now at the front of the field. Alex Hayden telling us his thoughts for
because Jake Finch is Greg Van Alst took it to the top side of the racetrack, drove the far way around and took the lead.
He used the draft masterfully to his benefit. Inside, over 10 cars, and right now trying to keep Jake Finch behind it.
And Jake Finch got a great push at the end of the backstretch from Gus Dean. He pulls to the right side of Greg Van Alst. They're running side by side for the lead.
And there's a lot of numbers stacked up in the draft top side that'll prepare the Victorini Motorsports entry. It's Jake Finch by half the car. We're going to mix him up 3.
Taking into 5 seconds. He's going to fight off the charge.
Greg Van Alst out in front by himself. 3 rows of 2 wide racing. Then he get back into 3 wide territory. Now Jake Finch will inch forward. To the corner.
And it's Sean Corr that's pushing Finch in the outside lane. LeVar Scott behind him on the inside lane. Ryan Huff getting jacked up in the back bumper from Thomas Annunziata.
Side by side, they come racing back off turn number 4. They'll hit the trial. Wheel to wheel. Jake Finch on the outside. Greg Van Alst on the inside.
They'll make their way past the slower car. Still, wheel to wheel for the lead.
Super stretch. Greg Van Alst continues to lead the lane down low. Jake Finch leads the lane topside as Ryan Hunt begins to get a bit restless now.
Neither of these lanes really seems to have an advantage. Huff second in line on the bottom behind Van Alst, backs off and now closes in.
Equal drafting numbers for both lanes, inside and out. That's keeping them essentially right together as they come down
Clearly the advantageous place to be, but now if you got the right combination of drivers.
Leaders off turn number 2, and they are Van Gisbergen car now that will swing to the extreme outside line and give leaders passage down low.
This pack of about 14 or 15 cars. Gisbergen goes to the high side. They're 2 by 2, and Van Gisbergen will be 3 wide on the top side.
Here they come again, and they will go 3 wide to the inside of the lap machine. Shane Gisbergen will keep it right up against the outside retaining wall. Justin Bonson.
Check with Mark Brett, the crew chief, and they think they may have a tire deal, but then again, they're asking of the smell inside that race car. He said it felt like something was running. But he has not lost any performance, and the spotter said you don't have any buildup of oil or anything on the back deck of that race car. So they're going to get to this caution. Bring him down and try to figure out what's going on.
keep the cars behind him a little bit nervous. Dale Quarterly is the one right on the back bumper, getting a windshield full of that as they come by the line. We are halfway home.
Spot by a nose. Oh, he tried to come down across the nose of Finch. Finch was still there.
Almost went 3 wide in the process as everybody tried to scatter to avoid.
And now we see the caution flag.
Oh, the record on the racetrack. One of them is Willie Mullins. Another car, Leland Honeyman Jr. More cars coming in. Dale Quarterly is involved. A couple of others involved. As turn 2, mid-pack disagreement ended up with spinning race cars off turn 2 and onto the backstretch.
Well, we were already under the caution flag before all of that broke out. You know, and I'm going to go back to an earlier caution flag when we talked about them racing back off turn number 4 with the yellow flag. This was more of the same. They're hearing in their ears the caution flag is out. The first thing you got to do is lift off the floor. You end up like what you just called.
Yeah, it seemed like we had a couple of agendas going on. And some not pretended, potentially created the disagreement there. The good news is that everybody that was spinning to the outside and driven away, but damage as they slid through that grass at the end of the match.
From all over the world that run different variations of race cars doing battle as we close in on the end of this one. 33 laps to go.
Green flag goes back in the air. We're racing again. Greg Van Alst from the outside lane. Jake Finch lines up.
Able to break away from the rest of the field by 2 or 3 car lengths, but now the gap begins to diminish as the rest of the pack reels them in. Front of the pack, it is once again
Jake Finch got a great run out of turn number 2. Compliments of Andres Perez. Now they will break away. Here's Greg Van Alst. He is the first car on the outside of Gustine in a side-by-side battle for third.
They close in on Andres Perez into turn number 3. Van Alst starting to slip back a little bit. Outside lane a little disorganized. Strength in numbers down low.
Well, you got Greg Van Alst out there. You just want to use him and ride him all the way to the front. Right now, though, he is back around 5th. You've got running at the front, you've got Jake Finch.
Obviously, he's falling back just outside it. But you've got the idea that he's going to rally the troops in that outside lane. He begins to do so now as they work off two.
Yeah, he's starting to get a little more drafting help topside. That should help that outside line get back closer to the front. But for now, here's Van Alst in a side-by-side battle with Tim Richmond for fifth.
And they close in on Andy Jankowiak, who has recovered from that melee early in the race that he was involved in, and now running inside the top 5. He's the last car in the single file going through the fourth race.
Jankowiak was a lap down earlier in the race for that incident that Dylan was talking about, was the beneficiary of a free pass due to the next caution.
Some adversity, as you guys mentioned, he's going to run the first there. Right now, he's solidly in fourth.
And right now, he is on the bottom of the racetrack in that fourth position. Front 5 have broken away now. Tim Richmond will join that lead draft as they are side by side for 6th. Here comes Sean Cord powering to the inside.
He got a big shove courtesy of Willie Mullins. One car out of shape on the apron. A miraculous save, and somehow everybody avoided the Bill Lannister car, and he was able to save and keep going, but sparks flying as he high centered that car on the apron.
And we stay under the green flag. 50. Andy Jankowiak and Tim Richmond. That's your top 5.
As a nice save was made by car 68, Gilles Linster. After getting turned sideways by the 44 of Thomas Annunziata, we keep it green with now 29 laps to go at the start-finish line. A little bit of damage to one car that has just spun. It looks like that is the 12 machine of Ryan Roulette. He is off in the grassy area over there in turn number 3. We stay under the green flag, though.
It was too wide for a majority of the event of this the season opener for the Army. Impressive run by the youngster Jake Finch to lead him around Andres Perez, who was too young to race this race.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay with you. All right, we got this. I basically still have the infield. So we still end up with a drop off right in the middle of the Daytona 5. So we still end up in there. We gotta go over here. Always trust the plan. I didn't either. It's already raining, so we had to walk around the whole damn thing. All the well, we got lucky. These guys had walk around. Yesterday, the breakfast, him and Brian Pierce for breakfast.
Really? Wait a minute, you got to stay seated until they let you off. All right.
Bad. His granddaughter, he's lost.
We're all lost here.
Just to that big bring it against the gate. Thank you, sir. Sorry.
Thank you guys. Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson, ladies and gentlemen.
That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night.
All right, guys, let's keep it going with Ryan Blaney and Todd Gillen. Yeah, both those guys are here right now. There's Todd, and here comes Mr. Ryan Blaney as well. Oh, there he is. There he is. Hey. I love these guys. These are great guys. They're here on race day as well, and as we get closer to the race, obviously you guys have a lot on your mind, but thank you for stopping by. Well, happy race day, by the way.
Yeah, thanks for having us. Thank you all for sticking around. I know it's Monday, but not a cloud in the sky, so thank you all for being here. It's going to be a fun day.
Yeah, how are you, Todd? What's going on? What did I miss?
Yeah, I'm ready to go. This is definitely really cool to see this place packed with fans still. I wasn't sure how the turnout was going to be, so that's why we have the best fans in all the sports, and definitely, on track is going to be really great today.
You guys want to see something pretty crazy? Yeah. Raise your hand if you're a new fan and this is your first time coming to a race.
Welcome. Welcome.
People are coming out to check it out and see what this is all about. Did they pick a good race for their first race?
Yeah, you picked a good race. You're getting the full experience. The only better experience is if it would have been yesterday, but it's still great. I mean, I can't believe how many people are in the Midway. And no, whether you've been a fan for decades, whether you're a new fan, thank you. We literally couldn't do it without you, so it'll be an exciting one. Yeah.
Todd, did you get a Ryan Blaney autograph yet? Have you got, since he's the new Netflix star? Have you seen? He's a television star now, man.
Right, and he's like the guy in NASCAR right now, champion, Netflix guy, Ryan effing Blaney, right? That's awesome.
Right. He's the guy. Be honest. Did you watch the show? Some of the drivers are like, "Oh, I can't watch it. I can't watch it." Did you watch?
Oh yeah, Of course I watched. I mean, I was obviously not in it whatsoever, but it was just really cool, you know, to obviously watch the F1 stuff on Netflix, and then to know this was all going on, and then, you know, I think the production of it all was really cool from, you know, a driver that wasn't in it, kind of from the back seat. So, yeah, I thought it was great for the sport. I liked it a lot.
By the way, Ryan, you were my girlfriend's favorite. She was like, that's the guy I like. I'm like, calm down, relax, you know. But she thought it was a really cool show, and she's kind of a novice fan. Did you watch back?
I watched the show. Yeah, I thought it was. I liked the ending, and obviously, but no, I thought it was great. I thought they did a good job of trying to bring to light like the playoffs, the ups and downs of the sport, the emotions of it, because it's stressful times, you know. And as a human race, I don't know why we enjoy seeing people go through stressful situations. They like watching that stuff. I like watching it at least. And it's cool to see all that stuff come out and how many people are involved on the teams, in the sport, how many hands it takes to get these things kind of rolling. So it was good, and hopefully it comes back for a second season, because I think people really enjoyed it, and yeah, it was fun to be a part of. That's for sure.
A lot of Ryan Blaney in that show. A lot of Ryan Blaney. You did great. Yeah, it was really cool. So this is a huge race. We were just talking to Kyle Larson and Chase Elliott. I know it's not like a great way to answer it, but as a race car driver, and you guys both have been started very young, what would having this trophy mean? What does it mean to win the Daytona 500? I know it's one you've probably been asked 100 times, but it's hard to explain to a fan just what a big deal this is to somebody that spends their entire life in racing.
Yeah, I think Ryan might have a different point of view on it, but, you know, for me, never having won any cup race in general, right, and having this to be my first win, possibly, I mean, it's life-changing.
Number 3 to his outside, Kyle Busch. Is this the year for Rowdy to take it home to number 8 for Richard Childress Racing? They'll share teammates for row 17.
The 47 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. will roll from the inside of row 18. Outside of him, a driver that finished in the top 10 in this year's race last year, the 15 of Riley Hurst.
Remaining on the field, we've got Daniel Hemrick has returned to Chevrolet full-time for Colin Racing number 31. Days outside the return to NASCAR Cup Series for Noah Gregson is for driver number 10 for Stuart Haas.
And then the final picks on
Series drivers in this field Hall of Fame. Responsibility. The biggest stock car race in the world, and ever known as a Daytona 500 champion. It comes down to execution. A man, women, and machine on these teams. This is more than a sport. This is NASCAR. Daytona fans, it's time to stand. Let this moment consume you.
Champion back on the bottom of the racetrack as they hit the Daytona Super Stretch. They are side by side, 20 rows deep.
Up to speed, they fly down the Super Stretch for the very first time.
A pair of Fords leading the field down in the new Dark Horse Mustang livery. 2 new body styles for Toyota and Ford here in the 2023.
Absolutely nothing has changed there. It's still 2-2. The difference between the lead and second place, maybe 6 inches. Logano up high, McDowell down low to the super stretch.
Pack still in tight formation as they hit the Daytona super stretch for the second time this afternoon. Again in double wide formation, no 3-wide activity, no one breaking ranks. McDowell now gets a big run in front in turn 3.
Still got Tyler Reddick lined up in that bottom lane. Chase Elliott and Alex Bowman there as well.
Will struggle a little bit, at least for now, with the sun on entry into turn number 1, looking straight into it. So far, so good. They're still 2 abreast.
From the shade of 1 and 2 to the sunshine of the back straightaway. Here they come again. Nobody having the clear-cut advantage. The inside line a bit disorganized, about halfway through, but ready continuing to get McDowell drafting assistance.
Just about 15 spots on the racetrack.
For that team.
Yeah, 2 drivers that have won the Daytona 500. Pacing the field at the moment, Mike Bagley, Joey Logano, Michael McDowell, last time by the start-finish line at a $1.88.
Watching Denny Hamlin now, 4th in line on the outside. He is not breaking ranks. He is content to ride up there and continuing blending, driving assistance to Logano and others.
4th in line in the outside lane is Hamlin. He's got John Nemechek.
Punches the elevator button, takes it all the way to the penthouse as he tries now to bust his way into the top 12. 3 wide to the outside, and he's getting some help behind.
Now Brad Keselowski will jump up in line in front of Chastain. This 3-wide lane is about to break its way into the top 10. All the while up front, it's Logano and now Christian Bell out in front by themselves.
To a broken way, that 3-wide lane, trying to just take
got it started off of turn 4.
There was some racing on Ryan Priest involved in the crash here in the trioval. Personal is stuck in the mud on the battlefield.
Off to a crazy start. Right back where we started. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
His Wood Brothers for the Mustang Dark Horse. It was used up. Heavy damage to the nose of that machine. Ryan Priest went sliding down, collected the inside safer barrier at the exit of pit lane. And we're under caution for the first time today in the Daytona 500 on lap number 5.
Well, that thing broke out early.
Amazing.
From the outside road down and kind of cleaned out everybody to the inside. Rusty, take a look at it. It looks like it happens mid-pack. As they came off, they were running 3 wide, 6 deep back there. Harrison Burton was in the middle, 42 to the outside, and Carson to the inside.
I think it was a really fast 6 engine motor for DC.
hop on pit road a little earlier. He's outside of Logano.
Outside line, a little disorganized coming up to speed, but now they're sewn together once again. New players up front. Here's Ryan Blaney on the inside of the racetrack. We've got Christopher Bell up top with each driver with drafting help behind them.
About the top 10, have a little bit of separation between the rest of the back.
The same time. Top 10 are all nose to tail. Brad Keselowski with a little bit of a gap off the back bumper of Chase Elliott in 17th.
But Ryan Blaney's got drafting help from Daniel Hemrick, and Christopher Bell gets assistance from Joey Logano. Nobody in 3-wide territory. Here's Logano giving Bell a shove, then right in front, but Blaney powers back to the inside.
Neither lane seems to have much of an advantage right now as the entire field runs through the once again.
Disappointing first Daytona 500 start for Preston Zimmer.
Okay, thank you very much. By the way, it was a shoes lane violation that got AJ busted into the tail end of the field. Right now it's Bell, Blaney, Logano, Hemrick, and McDowell. That is your top 5, but they are in this car formation.
We'll see what happens. The rest of your cars can go on up to like 55 before they fit.
He is Blaney, that is one of the two drivers that need to get a pit stop. He is in the back there in 1-2. It's Christopher Bell and Ryan Blaney. Brad Keselowski is 8th, Tyler Reddick 9th, and Jimmy Hamlin is 10th.
We have 15 laps complete. We have 50 more to take you all the way to the green one. Checkered flag on stage number 1. Here they come. Mike Bagley up turn number 2.
Getting aggressive with the puck right now. It's Bell that will lead by Heather Carlin.
Bell in that outside lane has started to pull ahead at times on the introductory. Joey does say he wants to get second back for Joey Logano.
Everybody's able to make pace wherever they happen to be. That's with the exception of AJ Allmendinger and choose line violations. And you see almost exactly down to the leaders. We'll see how long it takes.
Starts making daring moves. We're not there yet. Everybody patient, minding their P's and Q's. Right now they are mirroring each other for the lead.
Again, a little bit of a separation amongst the top 10. About a couple lengths separating that group.
Falling line behind them.
And they were going so much slower, they're going to lose this draft of
drop to that bottom lane as well. Chase Elliott beats Kyle Larson by about a quarter length with Chastain all over his back. Side-by-side battles for second between Larson and Denny Hamlin. The spotters on the roof says, get close, get close. The leader, if they get too much of advantage, they'll let the spotter ball drive the brakes. You won't lose the cars behind you. We are rolling full speed up. Side for the lead and a 3-wide line breaking out just outside the top 10. Here comes Joey Logano, jumping around for the chase. He does have help from Briscoe and Justin Haley out there as well as Chris Buescher. Will snap back and chop up to the Larson stuck in the middle with Todd Bill and Alex Bowman. A few other cars there as they try to get around inside at the side-by-side race.
Green flag stays on the racetrack. Exits turn 2, heads for the Daytona Superstretch.
Two-car breakaway up front. Joey Logano, Justin Haley, they are 1 and 2. Now it's a 3-car breakaway. Chris Buescher will join them. Also Kyle Busch and
Transitioning over to Rick Ware Racing.
inside lane. Now the outside is away with 5, 6, 7 cars. First car out of line is Carlos. Where the speed is, led by Logano, Haley, Fisher, push, and Priest is top 5. Back in that third lane on the bottom and continues to
turn number 2, it is still Joey Logano leading this big pack of traffic. Justin Haley in that 51 car rides in the second position. And you've got Chris Buescher, Kyle Busch, and Ryan Preece, the top 5. The majority of these
on the outside of the restart. He's on the inside now. He was 23rd the last time through, 22nd this time, guy, in that black and red Ford on the bottom of the last car on the inside line here as they roll down the backstretch. The first handful of cars single file, but man, Briscoe's struggling on the bottom all of a sudden.
Just ahead of the race leaders as they go halfway down the super stretch is Jimmy Johnson, who's off the pace to the inside lane. The race leaders will stick to the high groove in turns 3 and 4. The top 10 or so single file on the outside.
That is leading that inside lane, but they just don't have the momentum right now as everyone still remains in a single file line at the top side of the racetrack.
Race fans, if you saw Jimmy Johnson pull one out on Thursday to make the Great American Race, guess what? He's the first car off the lead lap. If all things hold, Jimmy Johnson will see that free pass and get one of those laps back that he lost early because of that damage, and that will be followed with a pretty
He's got help from behind. Double Wallace, a very strong number 23 machine. He's finished second in this race 3 different times. Here comes Todd Gilliland. He pulls alongside Ryan Blaney up off turn number 2. Loses a bit of steam. The outside lane continues to gain ground. Here comes Daniel Hemrick now to draw alongside Todd Gilliland as he gives up 2 spots on the super stretch.
That is Joe Cross alongside Tim Trado. My name is Tim Camelfamo. Up into the NASCAR public address booth as we run the 66.
Super stretch. Logano showing strength. How about that number 51 of Justin Haley, the 24-year-old out of Winnebago, Indiana, making the move to Rick Bear Racing, becoming the lead Ford Mustang driver for that team. Having time in second here.
the end of the front straightaway.
Watching one car that has pulled out of this pack and has dropped to the rear. The last car right now on the lead lap, three-time Daytona 500 champion Denny Hamlin. He wants no part of this up front right now. He has dropped all the way back about 3.5 seconds behind the race leaders and are still contending hot and heavy for the race lead.
Here comes the inside line at Sunshine turn number 3 on the back and see the playing favorites.
It's Ty Dillon working to the inside lane, looking for third on the backstretch.
So wide from third on back. Here comes that inside lane with some momentum. Todd Gilliland with a shove from Bubba Wallace. Looks for the lead as they go to 3.
Here we go. Bubba talked about how important it was in the pre-race to talk about how much it was.
With a good run off turn number 2, half the car length the advantage to the blue 17 to the outside lane, but here comes Bubba Wallace off the end of the back straightaway, right to the back bumper of Todd Gilliland. He'll draw even once again in the battle for third.
Everybody staying in line, nobody stepping on the outside or inside right now. The lane that you're in is the lane that you're in is the outside.
He's in the mix of things now on the outside. 4th car in line, down the back straightaway. We talked about the inside surge. Priest is a factor here at Daytona, the 41.
He was one of the cars that decided to go 3 wide, following Kyle Busch from the back of the field up to the front. They stretched 2 miles at the end of stage number 1.
Are working together. Gilliland now goes to the lead by half a car length down the Daytona super stretch. Working their way into turn number 3. Now here comes Joey Logano. He's got a shove courtesy of Justin Haley. As the leads in turn, it is still
downstairs has doubled in capacity, but it's still Truex pacing it. Right now, he is side by side with Justin Haley for third.
And Truex has Tyler Reddick down there with him. Austin Center, Brad Keselowski, and Josh Hartley. First line on the inside lane. complete, 100 to go, 30 laps to go in stage 26 running in the Daytona 500. Right now, it's young driver Todd Gilliland, the leader on the outside lane. He's got Joey Logano stacked up behind him. Justin Haley behind Logano. And right now, Gilliland, after getting some assistance on the bottom of the racetrack from Bubba Wallace to get into the front, has been able to move up and join his
season. Down the backstretch, things are settling in for that emerging star, Todd Gilliland, full-time this year. And then 38 for Front Row Motorsports. That team in the offseason made a big move out of the campus of Team Penske. Big thing out thus far for that young driver.
Then you look at the other side of the coin, you've got Martin Truex Jr., one of the veterans of the field, who has had no good luck whatsoever. He's a champion of the series.
side, 8 rows deep onto the Daytona super stretch. Kyle Busch outside, Austin Cindric inside, mirroring each other. Seesaw battle for the lead for 3.
Lane keeping each other in check, not letting the other one get too far out of it.
One of those is Ty Gibbs. Josh Berry and Ryan Priest the others. They continue their battle for the lead. Cindric back to the point.
Courtesy of Ryan Blaney, shoves his teammate all the way out to the front. And Blaney looking like he wanted to go all the way.
Still, Cindric, Busch, side by side for the lead, 3 wide in the 4th row.
Very bottom lane, it's gotten to 6. It's a 3-wide battle with Bell, Stiles, and Chastain.
Possession of the lead, he'll stay in the middle of the racetrack. Blaney tucked it right behind him. Here's Kyle Busch, William Byron on his back bumper with those left cars downstairs.
Everybody on the bottom lane kind of bailing out, just trying to make sure they get the slower traffic going, but it's still side by side.
Racing for the lead. Cindric, Busch now as Cindric again will search forward.
Traffic out of the picture. They've joined the back of this fray up front. Cindric again out in control on the front bumper of Ryan Blaney.
strip to the outside. They're still dead even halfway down the back straightaway.
Teammates on the inside for 2311 Racing. Bubba Wallace leading, Tyler Running. Teammates on the outside. Team Penske, Austin Singer, and Ryan Wade. Wade took right underneath. Here over that Ford Mustang was teammate Adam. The Wade just got to right Austin Singer. Racing on the outside. Teammates sliding.
Continues to work both lanes. He stays up top to keep all the strands on the side.
As the majority of the drafting assistants shifts to the middle lane. Returns the lead down low. Just about 5 cars. Jumps down the line in front of Allmendinger, then quickly jumps up in line in the middle lane. Digger's digging hard down low. Here he comes. 3 wide for the lead. Everybody finding their P's and Q's so far. Right now with AJ Allmendinger for the right in front.
Well, how long can he keep this up? Chris Buescher in the very high line.
Looks great in that car right now.
42-year-old driver for the and out onto the back straightaway.
Here we come now. AJ Allmendinger to the bottom of the racetrack. He is in sole possession of the lead. Martin Truex Jr. was behind him. He'll change lanes. He'll dart all the way to the outside. Truex to the lead for a moment. They're looking 3 wide behind him. Reddick and Buescher got stacked up there against the outside wall. Slows that lane down ever so slightly. Allmendinger in control of the wall.
He's usually very, very good here at the World Championship. Super Speedweeks has your order on
Dane on the outside lane. It is faded back into a 3-wide battle for 6. That outside line continues to be led by Martin Truex Jr. That'll change. Christopher Bell jumps up there, and so does Corey LaJoy.
They're growing up there as the middle lane starts to charge as well. Kyle Busch was leading that. LaJoy will sit back to right for that. Picks up the middle lane.
How about this? It's like 24 Joy is 6. Christopher Bell, Kyle Busch, Martin Truex, Alex Bowman, 145 down, 55 laps remaining.
And this is the one that culminates Speedweeks presented by Health and Privilege.
Traffic is AJ Allendale on the bottom side of the racetrack. Up top, though, we've got Corey LaJoy, who is being aided in the form.
Running the Daytona 500, 3 wide through the field, 2x2 for the race lead. AJ Allendale on the bottom, trying to hold on to it as they head back to turn number 3.
The leaders are side by side on the outside line. Appears to be fading up in the center three for another dramatic swing. And the backstretch
You really don't have that many more opportunities to adjust on your car, and you have to find your dancing partner. Right now, at the front of the pack, it still is AJ Allendale. He's got his fellow Power Racing team.
Not to a backup car, but the outside lane has speed this time. Here comes Corey LaJoy working the outside lane. He's got help from Christopher Bell, the young number 20 to the top side.
Denny Hamlin on the middle. The middle
changed lanes, as Jim mentioned, and moved down to pick up Denny Hamlin. Now LaJoy shoots after the lead. He looks in his rearview mirror. He tries to decide if he wants to block AJ Allendale or Denny Hamlin as they head to turn number 2.
His dad, an Xfinity Series champion. They built seats for a living. Corey LaJoy, a racer's racer, but right next to him, but right now he's battling for the race lead. To the outside of AJ Allendale off to the front.
on the outside of that Power Racing Chevy of AJ Allendale still pinned to the bottom in the Celsius Chevrolet.
And one car I am watching who is third in the middle of the racetrack right now, and that middle line is that purple number 48. That is Alex Bowman.
So hard to get in contention. He mentioned his 7th, and now he's up to the lead here. Through the middle, if he can get his chance to get ahead of the 7th car, I think it might be a time for the Chevrolet to dance. Right now, they're still inside. Right in the middle of all that NASCAR top 10 is that yellow Ford. Joey Logano, early race dominator now. Trying to pick up through the middle lane now. He's going to try to get 7th spot down the center. We'll see what Joey Logano does. He may indeed be the first car trying to dip down to the inside to bring that lane forward. Logano racing behind that whole pack of Chevrolet.
So last year, that was Michael McDowell. He was 7 laps. He was several laps down. Where they had Ford. So McDowell's drivers continues.
He's going to be aggressive to win the Daytona 500. Right there, he pushes Corey LaJoy past Kyle Busch. What will Denny Hamlin do? He now in the 2nd spot, but Busch with speed on the inside lane. That freight train is rolling, and meanwhile he's back to the bottom. If you've been a season ticket holder here at Daytona, you know how Denny Hamlin has had the strongest car at times, but not a teammate late in the race. Tonight, right now, the Thursday batters direct.
As they work their way down the Daytona super stretch, now everything's getting even more
much so, man. You can hear all day long and all week long written on this race.
William Byron on the bottom. Ross Chastain now on the top. Chastain finger out in front. Everybody shoving each other up the end of the back straightaway.
Byron leading the inside lane with drafting help from Austin Cindric and Corey LaJoie. Chastain controls the outside lane.
Nobody breaking out in three wide formation on the back straightaway. Everybody continue to run in lockstep formation. Chastain fender out in front. But here comes William Byron back to the inside.
Austin Cindric has been one of the best pushers all week long, starting Thursday in the new races. He pushes William Byron in front of Chastain the inside lane.
Formation up front, and it's William Byron.
grandstand now from NASCAR that William Byron did take the white flag. He needs to make one more trip around the racetrack. So we'll continue to follow him as he makes his way around. Two-time back-to-back winner in Austin Hill. Up to speed they go as they head to one.
Austin Hill does not get up to speed as quickly as his new teammate Jesse Love. As a result, Love around the outside will take the lead. Slide down in line across the nose of Austin Hill as they hit the back straight.
Jesse Love dives for the bottom of the back straightaway, while Parker Kligerman now will lead the outside line. Well, that changes because Hill and Love move topside. So it's Love, Hill, Kligerman. 1, 2, 3, they're side by side for 4.
RCR teammates and RCR lanes for Andrew Kligerman runs third as those three all moving outside line.
He leads in the Daytona. Austin Hill stacked up behind him with Parker Kligerman and AJ.
4-0 restart.
It's Austin Hill, bottom of the racetrack. Jesse Love on the outside lane. Next in line on the bottom is Anthony Alfredo. Topside, Parker Kligerman. A 3-wide line starting way back.
Austin Hill leads the way, bottom lane, out of turn number 2. Points pane window is open. Who's going to get there first? They're side by side for the lead. Here comes Jesse Love. Parker Kligerman just shoves him off the end of the back straightaway.
And that's all Love needed to go to the point for now. He's trying to get down in front of his teammate, leaves the lane. Here comes Austin Hill. It just
of a second. Austin Hill will finish the stage second. Parker Kligerman will be third. Anthony Alfredo is fourth. Jeff Burton will be fifth, and Sheldon Creed is...
shove for Riley Hurst will take the lead in that outside lane. For the moment, he'll stay up there, leave the bottom open, back through the door comes Justin Allgaier.
Evil Poconos the inside out of 2. Here he comes up the back straightaway. Down to the inside. He's got some traffic help as well. Matter of fact, it's enough to propel Justin Allgaier to the lead in turn 3.
That propelling driver from behind was Cole Custer, who comes with Allgaier in the bottom lane. Those two go 1-2. Is next in line.
Justin Allgaier. Allgaier throws the block. They're going to ride the outside lane for now.
And in turn number 1, they will take the high groove now. Allgaier with Cole Custer in tow. Perkins down on the bottom. Oh, Custer's going to bust a move up the middle. Cole Custer slides under Justin Allgaier, but can't get him clear.
He cannot get away. They are 3 wide for the lead. Blaine Perkins.
There they go. Oh, go Ricketts. Big Ricketts. Big Ricketts.
Allgaier and make that Allmendinger. Austin Hill. Sean Hardy in the track. You also got Jeremy Chris trying to roll it down. Jesse Love's got damage. Anthony Alfredo's got damage. Everybody now scattering to avoid a half dozen race cars who come spinning into the middle of the pack, halfway down the back straightaway.
Lap number 36. Halfway down the back straightaway, I think we saw this.
Cars that had damage in one form or fashion.
Jesse Love and that red and white Chevrolet racing.
They're just actually using one of the
banking. The battle will be for second. Cole Custer to the inside on Riley Hurt. Custer's got the advantage and the drafting help. He'll go to second place.
Justin Allgaier got out way too far. He is getting ready to be gobbled up. And here comes Cole Custer. Custer to the outside. He'll catch Allgaier. Allgaier throws the block. Custer back to the bottom. Allgaier throws the block. First to the outside. Custer down low.
Allgaier trapped in the middle. They schemed up on him and put him in no man's land. He's lost the line.
Custer will trip up high. He'll look in the mirror and see a friendly blue oval. Another Ford on the back bumper of the Ford of Riley Herbst.
Paul Custer checks out the rearview mirror and sees him coming just about in every lane he could possibly imagine. He'll hold the high lane for now with Riley Herbst in tow. 3 wide for second on back.
Blaine Perkins at the bottom of the racetrack. He's going to get a little drafting help there. Up front it's Custer and Herbst. They are 1 and 2, and it is a hornet's nest behind them. 3 wide for third at the end of the backstretch.
You've got Blaine Perkins there on the bottom, Allgaier in the middle, and Sammy Smith in that high lane. They're 3 wide, 3 rows behind them.
Custer can't get the block thrown in time. Allgaier to the low lane. Custer up high. That's the battle for the lead.
Side by side out of turn number 2. Allgaier's going to spin himself. He tried to slide up and get a side draft off of Custer. He'll spin to the bottom of the racetrack. He'll correct the car. Will not make contact. But Allgaier sliding up. Trying to get the side draft. It went bad. He spun to the inside of the racetrack. He will rake the car and continue on. One other car was collected at the back of the pack. That's Garrett Smith. racing 1 and 2 here at Daytona. They not only going to take those spots, they're going to slide up right in front of Cole Custer. Inside line left open. Here comes Jeremy Clements to the bottom of the racetrack.
He sucks right onto the back bumper of Jeb Burton as they go for the lead. Disposing of Parker Westlock from that second round. Jeb Burton
continue to mix it up there. They're 3 wide per second.
And they come into turn number 1. 3 deep. Jeb Burton leads the way. Cole Custer big block thrown by Jeb Burton. He nearly took Steve all the way to the fence.
As Jeremy Clements gets kicked to the middle, and he'll fall all the way mid-pack. Up front, Burton leads. Austin Hill right behind him. And then they're side by side for third.
Hughes back, the two-time defending winner of this race involved in that crash. Austin Hill back within striking distance. He rides in the second spot. They're side by side behind him. Sammy Smith.
At the start-finish line, one car taking evasive action, going down through the...
He's got Sammy Smith there. Everybody racing for the position as they come up to speed.
Jeb gets a good jump at the drop of the green flag, and he'll get shoved out into the lead. Now let's see if he elects to maintain in that high lane or come back down across the nose to block any potential charge by Austin Hill.
He will not get that opportunity because Austin Hill is there with a full head of steam. Jeb Burton's going to kick to the outside. 3 wide for a moment for the lead. They're 3 wide for the moment now, as right now Sheldon Creed, Hill, and Burton are going at it.
Creed trying to find some dancing partners. He went to one of the Ryan C.
Puts a fender out now for that number 2 position, but Sheldon Creed is not done down low yet. Here they come off turn number 2. Austin Hill with the lead.
Side by side for second. Jeb Burton's been kicked 3 wide. He's going all the way to the back of the pack. Here's Hill. He'll start at the bottom, try to run to throw a block on Creed. Couldn't do it. Hill will stay down low, and Hill will stay at the point.
You've got Sammy Smith there on the inside lane. That's the line that Hill is in right now. Sheldon Creed trying to lead the outside line. Pace car formation line.
Far from what it was originally in terms of aerodynamics, but he's driven it hard. They've given him a good enough race car. He continues to lead the way.
Side by side for second. Sheldon Creed leads the outside line. Right behind Austin Hill. That's where Sammy Smith stacks up. Behind Smith, you've got Cole Custer. You've got Ryan Truex. And Brandon Jones is now in the mix.
Big push from Ryan C in the outside lane to Sheldon Creed, propelling him forward into turn 3. With it Creed backed up. So it's still low. Leading the line lane.
Racing hard and clean right now. Hill at the bottom of the racetrack. Sheldon Creed let it ride up high.
8 rows deep of side-by-side racing. Coming to the end of stage 2. Hill down low. Creed top side. Drafting help lined up behind each of them. As right now, Hill will get a huge shove from Smith into Creed.
On the outside, the drafting help for Creed sort of dissipated. Ryan Sieg was there, as was Riley Hirsch, but they're not close enough to push him right now. Austin Hill is back.
comes Jordan Anderson. He's got a run on the outside. He had Chandler Smith starting to throw the block there for a moment, and he did not, and he was unable to do it. Anderson is away with the lead.
It's courtesy of Austin Hill, who gave him a great push down in the turn number 3. Rather, Chandler Smith with the
Position number 3.
Austin Hill pushed Jordan Anderson to the lead. Now he has bypassed him. He has gone to the point himself. Hill running the top groove right now. He's got about a car length in hand as he races to the back straightaway.
He will exit turn 2 as the leader, but he's got him lined up at the back door. Austin Hill remains up against the outside retaining wall. Here comes the move from fourth. Brandon Jones steps down to the inside. Stick through the block, so does Hill.
Boy, that was close, and they were getting dicey over here in 3 and 4. It's still Hill the leader. Chandler Smith right second. Brandon Jones all over his back there.
Here they come into turn 1 for the final time. Everybody single file, at least for the moment, on the top 5. It continues to be Austin Hill showing the way. Chandler Smith, right as she gets shielded, they're filing up on the back straightaway.
Down the back straightaway they come. Austin Hill now is leading the way off the end of the back stretch, racing his way back to turn number 3 with Sheldon Creed in hot pursuit.
He is not close enough by any sort of move. The 2 Jordan Anderson cars racing behind him for 3rd. Austin Hill
Position number 3.
This team, they came across the line. They said,
That's true. Can't see it. Oh, yes. Can't really see it on the phone.
Well, you can see it now.
Yeah, it's gone.
Well, I can see a little bit right